Hello everyone, I have a terrible nightmare last night. You don't want to know about it. It involved food. Well, actually it wasn't that terrible, it just did remind me of things that actually happen in life. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that we're stuck in a loop. And we've been stuck in a loop for like at least three streams. 3 streams we'll be stuck in this loop. It's been Wednesday for 3 weeks. Well, technically 3 days, but 2 weeks. God, we've been stuck in a loop for a while, huh? Ah boy. It is Wednesday, again. Ready or not, the school festival eventually went ahead as planned. Dan has his hand on the steering wheel, as absent-minded as always. He's concentrated on his breathing, having learned long ago that one's breathing is directly linked to the mind. This behavior is rubbing off on everyone else without him even realizing it. Neko looks as if she has a lot on her mind, probably because her mind is right now the one of a 20-something-year-old man. I know separating her from her tech gadgets makes her fidgety, but I still decided to take her along for the ride. Today's mission is quite risky, desperate even. Nobody at the school can know about it, that's why I took Neko with me. She'll be able to put her expertise to use and control the flow of information. Things that are overwhelming to me are child's plays in her eyes. Apart from that, Jasmine needs someone close to her own age to give her company. Scarlett and I don't have the time to spare, and Dan admitted himself that he would be the wrong man for the job. Scarlett stays very quiet throughout the trip. I can understand that since she is under another pressure. The success of this plan depends on her acting skills, and if she slips up even once, it would have dire consequences. The only person actively moving around during the trip is Jasmine. She's constantly turning left and right, staring out of the window with the innocent, curious look of a fascinated child during a road trip. Her yellowish humming is somewhat drowned out by the opposite atmosphere in the car. The oppressive, rather. I can't read. We're back to the I can't read moments. So this is the exact same opening from the last time, because the only person not looping is, well, he's also looping but also technically not looping because he doesn't remember that he's looping, is the store manager. Someone once told me that time isn't always appreciated in the same way. This is a time loop. A gambler's most enjoyable moment are the 3 seconds before the cars are lifted. Only a few thousand milliseconds are etched into the nerves. Until then, sweat and fear are just bitter spices that make the meal more delicious in the end. Whoever told me that back in the day was right, as I can't think of any better way to describe my current feelings. Just let me have one more smoke, okay? There are 2 kids in the car. Can you behave yourself? Jeez, you're already so stressed out even though things haven't even started yet? I don't care, it's fine by me. Just open the window. I shouldn't have to consider Jasmine too. Hey, the air conditioning is on too. As soon as you open the window, it's all over. Dan's reaction is slow, misses the point, and most of all, isn't funny. Everyone in the car ignores his comment. So, do you really want to take that gamble today? Whether it works or not, I don't think the principal will be pleased. As the saying goes, it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. I tried to keep my expression calm. Although we exchanged information and distributed tasks last night, I withheld a couple of things. Yesterday evening, another person the client sent to help didn't turn up. I waited at the meeting place for a long time but eventually gave up. I haven't actually met this person, but I heard that he's a highly experienced foreign scholar. In our line of work, the more you know, the less danger you're in. I've worked multiple cases and experienced quite a few things, but I would never claim my knowledge to be sufficient enough to handle this on my own. Having another expert at my side would have helped a great deal, especially since it's clear that we're dealing with supernatural entities here. Again. His sudden disappearance makes me wonder if we'll be able to pull off this mission successfully without his help. Did he stumble upon something that put him in danger? None of these thoughts are pleasant, so I try not to dwell on it too much. I have to adapt to the situation. I think everything through again, then address the others through a confirmed course of action. You're right, today will be a gamble. Don't forget that gambling requires great skill and preparation. I know that the stakes are high and we are taking risks, but don't think I plan on simply sending you off to die. That reeks of confidence. Not. Count me out. Same here. Oh, come on, I'm doing my best, so don't tease me like that. Anyway, remember yesterday's task distribution? Preparing a trap to catch the criminal, which by the way is a crime in itself. It is indeed a crime. Furthermore, if we mess this up, it could backfire and we could end up involuntarily helping the criminal. Judging by the damage to the exhibition hall, it appears that the perpetrators deliberately sabotaged important equipment and removed the artifact with almost surgical precision. Regardless of their goal, they seem to have considerable planning skills. Scarlett's assessment is that while the perpetrators were able to escape by unimaginable means, their perceptual abilities seem to be similar to humans, since they were surprised when the door opened. If we find a way to create an utterly unexpected situation, we may be able to settle this whole thing before they can escape. To do so, we need a sufficiently attractive trap. It's not like we're bending the law for the first time. Anyway, Dan and I will stay in the exhibition hall, and you, Neko, will be the one to cut the power. Even with people around, I should be able to sneak in and disable the power. But yesterday you mentioned that their backup generator will kick in pretty quickly, right? That's why you need to turn off that as well. In a way that means it cannot be fixed again. If anyone can figure that out, it's you. Well, it won't be easy. I'll be in charge of letting the cars out of here, which should be fine if Dan can take care of them outside. I'll try to knock out the strongest one first. Can't have them making any noise that could attract attention. Come back as soon as you're done. After an urgent negotiation with the principal under false pretenses, he agreed to leave some riot gear for us, which will be left in the car's office for us to pick up. Due to the fact that the school has employed security personnel for this occasion, they have rather professional equipment on offer: tasers, baton, and riot shields, and even a Remington shotgun with paint bullets. Wait a second. Let me check something. Yeah, no, it... Oh no, wait, why does it give me the same time played and yet not a different save date time-wise? No, yeah, it started here, so it's fine. Like, for a moment, like, the fact that this is repeating exactly the same, I know that this is because it's the narration from the store manager, but like... It's starting to get a little too much that he's repeating this much. Honestly, I would have preferred to have a proper weapon with live ammunition for Dan, but I couldn't have explained the entire plan to the school. Using the paint to trace and locate the hidden exhibits is the most important part of the operation, and the whole process doesn't seem that dangerous. As things stand, I can only hope that the culprit is indeed as jumpy as the students say. The large footprints and trail of destruction makes me dread going toe to toe. Nobody has the time to worry about the pothole on the tennis court. Even if it definitely isn't a simple crater, there aren't enough clues to prove anything right now, and we need this operation to be successful to get permission from the school to check it out in further detail. Aren't you coming to see me perform? Jasmine probably doesn't understand what we're talking about. She looks up, frustrated. When the operation begins, the little girl will be performing in the auditorium on the other side of the school, which will be the safest place to be at the time. Don't worry, Jasmine. The grown-ups are busy, but Neko will come play with you once she's finished with her chores. I pat Jasmine's head, which seems to make her feel better. It'll be enough to give Neko an alibi. Taking advantage of a child like this makes me feel guilty, but at the end of the day, Neko is also a child who needs to be protected. Anyway, if the operation goes well, we'll have to pretend the accident came as a complete surprise. All that's left is to pray that Dan succeeds, and that the pain will work as intended. It's amazing how you're relying on Mother Technology, Manager. You've really changed. I'm just making the best of the situation. We didn't have enough time to find any spells or ritualistic signs, meaning our only alternative is an old-fashioned hunt. Question is, who's hunting who? I'm surprised you were able to talk to Queen so confidently yesterday. I think there's more to it than her just being there to help. Confidence is key, or else we'd be doing this empty-handed right now. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but must be vigilant so as to not be harmed. That's how that one goes, right? You might have misunderstood something there. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Before we know it, the school gates appear in front of us. Time to do this. Be prepared. If things go according to plan, we probably won't get any sleep tonight. Manager, what did you just say? If things go according to plan, we probably won't get any sleep tonight. What the hell? Something is seriously wrong. Neko and I are taking in the history building, which is brimming with people and 100 times more crowded than yesterday. Okay, this is different. This is actually different. I got two more here. Go, go. What's the situation in there? Is the stretcher big enough? Arrange for the evacuees to get to the quarantine zone ASAP. What if we get infected ourselves? I'm not even sure about the symptoms, so what's the point of worrying about it? Wait, that looks too heavy for you to lift. I'll take care of that. Go. Okay, leave it in your hands. What's going on here? This unexpected turn of events makes me sigh and shake my head. This looks like a movie set. What have we gotten ourselves into this time? I understand what she must be feeling. I myself have never seen such a scene in real life before. Police and doctors alike are swarming all over the place, cordoning off one area after the other. The biting smell of disinfectant wanders up my nose. A white tanker truck is parked outside a window at the far back. Someone is rolling the hose back up after just having finished spraying everything with it. Many people in formal attire bunch up together in clusters, some of them lying motionless on stretchers, some are sitting in the shade, their faces whiter than the wall behind them. These visitors came all the way just to see the exhibition. Seeing the state they're in now makes me sad. As is always the case, not everyone is understanding of the situation. From time to time, angry shouts can be heard, and people on both sides of the blockade are engaging in heated arguments with the personnel. Please, what's going to happen to us? Have the doctor said anything yet? I don't have any more information in that regard, I'm afraid. But don't worry, technology these days is so advanced, I'm sure they'll figure it out. Let go of me. You think I can't tell what you're really thinking? You're lying. Please calm down, sir. It is too dangerous for you to just walk in there right now. Cut the crap and get out of my way. My wife's still in there. Hey, get back here. Stop him. We have a plane to catch tonight. It's important business. If we miss the flight, we'll lose millions. Who will be held accountable for that? Sorry, sir. I'm sure once this is over, the institutions in charge of such matters will clear things up for you. For now, please remain calm and wait outside the venue. I don't like the sound of that. Are you aware that I'm worth more than this whole building? The smug businessman won't stop complaining, completely oblivious to the increasing numbers of people suffering all around him. Naina's reaction to that? Nico punks me in the back and throws a questioning look at me. I don't want to show up too early. Having said that, it doesn't make sense to wait for something to happen. I scratch my head thinking and decide to make a move. However, someone else is quicker than me. The artifacts that are on display here are centuries old and they are probably worth twice as much as you. Be quiet and stop bragging. Also, if this turns out to be contagious, do you think the consequences of even one person getting out could ever be measured in money? Stop pretending that your petty problems matter right now. Ah yes, COVID. I mean, totally not COVID. You would do well to listen to experts who are far more knowledgeable in this field than you will ever be. Alright, apologize. The healthcare worker seems accustomed to situations of this magnitude, and his precise gestures and uncompromising tone exude authority. Despite handling the situation very well, the man looks incredibly tired. It's pretty hot outside, and I can't imagine what it must be like working under such stressful conditions in an outfit like this. I don't want to get on his nerves or irritate him in any way, so I straighten my shirt and leave Neko on her own for now. I make my way towards the man with a concerned look on my face. I'm sorry, I can't imagine how hard it must be having to work in this kind of weather. You always have to be ready. These things don't operate on a fixed schedule. And you are? The principal called me here to me back here and said there was a big problem. I'm sorry to bother you, but I was hoping you may know more about it. I expect some sort of robbery or other disturbance, but nothing quite like this. People shouldn't be anywhere near this building right now. Is it really that serious? Listen, if you're the person in charge of this building, I'm afraid there isn't anything more I can say. I'm sorry, this is just the reality of things at the moment. I smile somewhat bitterly and take another step towards him. Say, you really can let me know what's going on here? I need to know even if it gets me in trouble later. Talking to him in secret has obviously had an effect on him. He doesn't seem to care much about who I actually am, and looks back at the crowd behind him while tugging at his clothes. Once this is contained, we'll send more details over to the school in our report, but as you can see, we have an outbreak on our hands. An outbreak? What are we talking about here? A virus? Germs? We don't know yet, and the current conditions won't allow us to do a detailed analysis on the spot. So far, the patient's symptoms have been very strange. They aren't following the characteristic pattern of a normal outbreak. In what way would you say the symptoms are strange? Just look at those people. Some of them are showing onsets of fever, while others are suffering from a low body temperature. They're sweating profusely, and their limbs are weak, as if they were extremely physically exhausted, and their bodies were shutting down due to fatigue. Yet there are no signs of inflammations or any serious impairment of other physiological functions. It is completely different from a body's usual response to stress factors. So it's as if they don't have an actual sickness at all. They seem to have been drained of all of their energy, which is a strange thing to say for someone like me, a man of science, but all of them are showing severe signs of exhaustion. If we use the concept of Chinese medicine as a metaphor, I would describe it as their Qui? How would be Qui, I'm guessing, because it's a Q, but like it's without a U, so... God damn it, this is a problem with not knowing Chinese. I'm going to assume Qui, having been taken away. However, so many people were infected at the same time, but the security guards who initially came into contact with them are just fine. As are the people they were in contact with before the quarantine. The symptoms are developing at a rapid pace, yet the method of transmission remains unknown. It can't be the air, or else we would have an even bigger crisis on our hands right now. It's also unlikely that it is transferred through touch. Even if that were the case, it would have never spread this fast. Collective hypnosis, maybe? No, that's too... He's lost in his thoughts. His expression reminds me of an old teacher of mine who always started biting his nails when dates and number regarding ancient rituals relics didn't add up. Today's events must be enough to leave him completely puzzled, even as a seasoned professional. I can relate. I pointed at the crowd on the other side of the blockade. I'm sorry, would it be possible for me to ask them a couple questions? Even if it's not airborne, it's too dangerous. I can't let you just walk into a quarantined area. The doctor gives me a look that tells me that he's just doing his job. I pull up my phone and hand it to him. Oh, I'm fully aware of that. Please let them use his phone to talk to me. Electromagnetic waves will not spread disease. Probably. I like your way of thinking. He raises an eyebrow, clearly relieved that I've made things easy for him. Well, looks like I can be of some help to you after all. Hey, Nico, lend me your phone. Whoa, what a great idea, Nut. Do you even think this through? You have to get it back afterwards. What if this thing is contagious? From what I have gathered, I highly doubt that that's how it spreads. We have a full-blown outbreak on our hands, can you believe it? I pat Neko's head and she looks at me with wide eyes. The symptoms are the same as the same ones Queen mentioned yesterday. Something is going on. Way too many people are coming down with it at the same time. You say that as if things were normal at some point. They definitely never were by any standard. Well, why else would they have called us in? That's what we're here for. Don't worry, you'll get it back right after. I take Neko's phone and dial my own number. Hello, are you the guy who wanted to ask us some questions? The nervous voice on the other end of the line is that of a young man. It is most likely the same young man who came inquiring about what was going to happen to him earlier. I speak to him as kindly and politely as I can. Yes, that's me. I would have preferred to talk to you face to face, but I'm afraid the doctors can't allow that at the moment. It's fine. This is difficult. This is a difficult time for everyone. The doctors already have it hard enough as it is. If I can be of any help, please let me know. Thank you for being so understanding. I'll try to keep it short. Time is of the essence, and the scale of the situation surpassed all of our expectations. We have to understand what's going on as soon as possible. With that in mind, what should I ask him? What happened? Excuse me, but I have to ask, what exactly happened here? Was something unusual going on before people started showing symptoms? Something unusual describes it quite well, actually. There was a sudden power outage just a few moments ago. A power outage? The electricity seems to be working just fine right now. Yes, the blackout didn't last long. We were taking a guided tour through the exhibition hall when everything turned dark all of a sudden. If I had to guess, I'd say the outage lasted around 30 to 40 seconds. How peculiar. Yeah, that's not a lot of time. It may sound like a small detail at first, something that could have happened at any time, but taking into account Neko's description of how the school's power network works, it seems strange that it recovered from the outage on its own. Maybe problems with the internal circuitry don't affect the external system. That would be a direct contradiction to what we discovered yesterday. It would mean the backup power supply is a lot more responsive than we originally thought. Regardless, I can confirm that another unplanned power outage took place here. I make a mental note of that and urge the young man on the phone to continue. And after the power went out, did anything strange happen then? At first, everyone was a little alarmed, but since we're all adults, nobody panicked or made a big fuss about it. Security told everyone to prepare for it. I'm sleepy. Maybe because I had a nightmare. Security told everyone to prepare for an orderly evacuation, so we were getting ready to walk towards the exit. But then someone, I obviously couldn't see who, shouted, "There's something in here!" They sounded extremely scared. That got everybody's attention. Did you happen to see what that something was by any chance? I can't quite describe it. It wasn't an actual thing in the physical sense, but I will try. There was a multicolored ball of light floating above the largest display case in the center of the room. Ball might be the wrong way to describe it. It didn't have a clear fixed shape and it was constantly shifting, but it was still a three-dimensional object. It looked like one of those holograms you see in sci-fi movies all the time. Did its appearance remind you of anything? I mean, did it look like an object or an animal? No, there isn't a living thing on this earth with a shape like that. How can I put it? Its surface changed constantly, like a palette of mixed pigments with colors I've never seen before that I couldn't put a name to even if I wanted to. The colors changed at irregular intervals. The colors weren't floating around on its surface in a certain shape, in a certain pattern rather. Wherever the color spread was where its shape went. It moved pretty erratically. Nobody in the hall could tell what it was. Even the security guards looked absolutely baffled. It was just floating there for a few seconds. And it didn't react to you either. No, that is, until someone used their cell phone to shine a light on it. There was a burst of lights that was so bright I was afraid I'd go blind. The light was so bright and hot, it felt as if the hairs on my skin were being scorched even though I was standing a fair distance away from it. Everyone in the room was affected. When the lights came back on, about 10 seconds later, people were gasping for air and many were already lying on the ground, too weak to get up. So that's what happened. I'll write that down. How are you feeling, my dude? Since you've been quarantined, may I take the liberty of asking if you're also experiencing any symptoms? Yes, I am. I barely have enough energy to talk to you while I'm sitting here, and if I try to stand up, I get dizzy immediately. I already collapsed multiple times when I tried. Could you describe your symptoms in as detailed a fashion as possible? Though I'm not a doctor myself, there are some experts I would like to consult. Well, I can tell you the same thing I told the doctor. It's this overwhelming feeling of exhaustion. I can't think of any other way to describe it. Imagine having to run 2 marathons in a row with someone forcing you to hold your breath. That's, wow. Well, I think that's beyond anything anyone could imagine. Tired, thirsty, dizzy, weak, that about sums it up. But others have been even worse than me. Strangely enough, the doctor said my body isn't showing any physical signs of strain or dehydration. As a matter of fact, I nearly threw up when I tried to drink the water they gave me. I couldn't swallow a single sip of it. Could you say a lot of these symptoms could simply be in your head? Your mind playing tricks on you? I can tell you this much, the overall fatigue is... oh, god damn it. The overall fatigue is definitely real. Maybe everything else is just my body's way reacting to it. There are indeed cases where high fevers are of mental rather than physical origin, but I'm in no position to make any type of diagnosis. It's okay, I understand. Oh, and something else struck me as strange. I don't know if it's just me though. What is it? Please go ahead. My hair seems to have grown. Your hair? Yes, it seems to have grown by at least a centimeter all of a sudden. I only just recently had it cut. It isn't possible for it to have grown so much in such a short period of time. Speaking of hair, I noticed some of the women's braided hairstyles suddenly look somewhat loose. Maybe the same thing happened to them. That's a very interesting observation. I'll keep that in mind. The hair? That's... okay, that's confusing. Like, what do you mean it makes hair grow? Like hair? I'm trying to think if I have any point of reference for this, but I don't think so. If I may ask, why visit the history building at this time of day? The event in the auditorium should be starting soon. Well, I will have to be blunt about this. All the singing, dancing, and speeches are simply nowhere near as interesting as the collection on display at the museum. So you specialize in historical research, which is somewhat related to archaeology. That's why I'm interested. Looks like the museum really is of value to you then. Seeing ancient historical relics on display is a humbling experience. Though the general public may not recognize their importance, people like you and me know how much appreciation these objects deserve. A few others who came here share my fascination, but some just randomly decided to drop by. It is, after all, one of the regular spots during the school festival. I'm sorry your genuine interest and appreciation of these relics ended up in such a mess. Don't worry about it. But one more thing, the Meridian Bronze Bell and the Reed Compendium weren't on display. Is there any particular reason for that? Huh? Well, you see, the school's power network has been acting up lately, so our storage conditions weren't up to the usual standard. Because of this unfortunate turn of events, we have temporarily arranged for a specialist to store them in a more secure location. I see. It's probably for the better. It's probably better that way. Though I have to say it makes me sad to have missed such an opportunity. I'm sorry your visit turned out this way, I really am. You don't need to apologize. Wanting to see them may even be considered selfish on my part. Displaying them like that always comes with the risk of damage, something I could never condone as a passionate practitioner in this field of work. Thank you for being so understanding. Now there is something else I would like to ask you. I mean, the ball of light thing is already serious enough, but... You come here specifically for the festival, maybe with friends? I only just got here today. I heard that some of my old classmates arrived here a couple of days earlier to help set things up. I'm ashamed to say it, but physical labor is not one of my strong suits. I prefer reading. It's just like me for real. A few students from the class came, but none of them were here with me. I didn't see any of them in the quarantine area. Maybe they're watching the ceremony over at this auditorium. How does it look on your side? Anyone you recognize? Well, I saw a few faces I faintly recognized from classes and seminars way back, but there are people from all walks of life here, really. I have to ask, why would that be important? I just wanted to check if this could be connected to some other things that have been happening at the school lately. I'm afraid I can't be of much help in that regard. Just 2 days ago I was still doing research in another city. I barely managed to make it here in time for the festival, so I don't really have a good overview of what's going on and who's here. I see. I could just be overthinking this, never mind. Let's see what else there is. Nothing. We finished. Well, that was everything I wanted to ask. Thank you very much for your time. You've been of great help. Take care. Oh hell. What's going on, any luck? They have the same symptoms as the janitor Quinn told us about. At the time the symptoms started, a strange floating, glowing object was in the room. It could be the direct cause. And none of the artifacts are missing. I haven't heard anything about that yet. Since I'm pretending to be in charge, the doctor naturally wouldn't tell me. He assumes I already know about it. So... Something on your mind? No, it's nothing. There's no way we can continue as planned under these circumstances. I'll call Dan and let him know what's going on. Nico's phone suddenly starts ringing. I look down and see the caller ID. It's Scarlett. I'll take that. Okay. Hey, wait a minute. She seems to suddenly remember something and looks at me nervously. Whatever it is, I already have the phone in my hand and answered the call. What up? Justin, get over here quickly. Wait, sir manager. Yeah, it's me. We got some problems over on our side. Don't worry, I'm with Neko. She's right next to me. What? You know what? Never mind. By the way, what's this about Justin? I don't have time to explain this to you right now. Get to the library quickly. It's urgent. The library? Does it have something to do with Jasmine? I don't know how to say this. Jasmine is missing. What? Well, this is a different loop. Neko and I arrive at the library. A huge crowd of people is standing outside. There are more police officers here right now than I have seen combined over the last 10 years. The area is cordoned off and they are setting up a blockade that looks a little different from the one over at the history building. Inaudible conversations over buzzing walkie-talkies and intercoms can be heard all around us. From time to time, a bright light flashes before my eyes and a horrible thought crosses my mind. Could it be that Jasmine has... No, I don't think so. Scarlett steps closer as I mumble to myself. Dan doesn't seem to be with her. Maybe wasn't able to make it in time. You just sprint over here, you're covered in sweat. I would have flown here if I could, given how serious you sounded on the phone. So what's with all the police? Does this have anything to do with Jasmine? Well, it's too early to tell. They're examining the body right now. The victim is a security guard who was employed by the school. Someone found him in the back of the building after a short power outage at the auditorium. He was discovered when the staff went to check on the fuse box. We can't ask anybody up here about Jasmine's whereabouts. It's too chaotic at the moment. So Jasmine disappeared during the blackout? To be honest, I'm not sure. I haven't been here long. I got here just before you did. When I heard that there had been a death at the auditorium, I rushed here as quickly as I could to meet Jasmine, but I couldn't find her anywhere. So she could have already been in danger before all of this happened. Right around the time of her performance, too. I told her to stay in the auditorium and prepare for her performance. She's such a good kid. She would never run off just like that. So far, we don't know if anyone in her vicinity saw anything. I'll go over there and check things out. I hope it has nothing to do with, you know. Me too, but we won't know for sure until I've asked around. Oh, you like to know? Well, I was going to check out on the scene myself. Maybe some clues have been overlooked. It's hard to be sure of things without checking them out yourself. Principal, I must say you're really good at scaring people. You were simply lost in thoughts. Not that that's a bad thing, of course. I say this quite an important trait for a man in your field of work. I'm afraid I cannot grant your wish. The police are quite meticulous in their work, so much so that even I was given the cold shoulder and prohibited from entering. Is security really that tight? I assume they have their reasons. It's a chaotic scene and they are still in the dark about how it all escalated so quickly. Wow, they're really putting up with a wall of officers. I've only ever seen that during riots. Since when do the police react in such an extreme way? Nico peeks through the crowd, turning left and right in the hopes of finding a gap. She zooms in on the scene with her phone's camera. Please pay a little more attention. A child should not experience this kind of scene. It is a burden I would like to spare my conscience from carrying. Don't worry about me. I'm here to help, not to be a burden. There's no need to worry. As I mentioned yesterday, she is an expert. Give her some credit. He casts an apologetic look at Neko. The man, being the principal of such a formal school, probably isn't used to kids as precocious as her. Neko seems more motivated than usual. She's a lot less rude, something clearly audible in her tone of voice. Thanks, Justin. It's not like her to pay this much attention to anything outside her area of expertise. I'm sorry, come to think of it, how silly of me to tell you to stop when I'm the one who hired you. If more than one crime has been committed, we need to reconsider our whole strategy. We were hoping to gather more information here. I'm responsible for all my companions, well, and their well-being after all. If I let them face a murder unprepared, that makes me no better than a common criminal, wouldn't you agree? I most certainly would. And of course I would like to hear your opinion on these events as well. I'd better introduce you to the officer in charge. He can legally permit you your enter as an outside civilian. The principal throws me a look before squeezing past the people around us and disappearing into the crowd. I'll go check out the auditorium with Scarlet while you get an overview of everything here. If you get the chance, sneak to the area where Jasmine was preparing. With a show of this size, it should be easy to find the backstage area and the dressing rooms. Neko gives me a thumbs up, her back already turned to me, and walks away alongside Scarlet. Shortly after, the principal returns, at his side is a stern-looking, well-armed man. Let me introduce you to the expert we hire. We are lucky to have him here for the festival. Sir? Maybe it's due to the exhaustion of having to carry around his heavy equipment all day, but he doesn't even attempt being polite. He simply nods in my direction. It must be difficult to get any work done with all of these onlookers constantly pointing fingers. I know the feeling. You're right. I appreciate your offer to help. We can always use skilled people since the situation is obviously quite overwhelming. I don't want to take up any of your precious time then. Let me keep this short. Why are the security measures so tight? It seems a little excessive. We want to avoid any rumors from spreading. If details about the scene of the crime got out, that would definitely cause a lot of gossip. So the potential rumors are so bad that it justifies that kind of manpower. It must be really bad. Officer, if you have the time, could you show him around the crime scene? He's very reliable and can be trusted not to leak any information. His knowledge could prove useful. The officer raises an eyebrow and looks at me. I can't help but feel like I'm under extreme scrutiny. I try my best to look confident and he gives me the once-over, trying to show him that I'm an open book and have nothing to hide. Well, you're the one vouching for him, Principal. He takes a look around to make sure none of the bystanders are watching. Then he shows me pictures of the scene on his camera. My honest reaction to that? What? I understand his worries a lot better now. This is absolutely no picture to be released to the public. The photo shows a man laying on the ground, or rather a hideous mass of flesh shaped like a man. Oh, it's... Really? You censor your own horror game? The man appears to be naked, and his skin is a shade of blue. His insides and muscles are nearly indistinguishable from one another, as if melded together. It looks as if he was crushed in a car accident with a lot less blood and guts strewn about. Although the body must be relatively fresh, the blood beneath it has already spread out quite a bit. Seeing this instantly reminds me of something else we came across during our investigation. It looks just like what happened to the cats and dogs. Cats and dogs? Never mind, I was just thinking out loud. Well, the body does bear similarities to a dog or a cat that was run over in a traffic accident, if that's what you were implying, though in this instance it would have taken an 18-wheeler to flatten it like that. He's probably talking about those gigantic American trucks that eat up fuel and electricity like there's no tomorrow. If one of those had been making its round on the campus, the whole place would have looked like a Transformers movie set. I would have heard about that by now, so common sense dictates the cause of death wasn't a humongous truck. Aww, I wanted to blame Optimus Prime for it. Something else is going on here. I look at the photo more carefully. Follow the trail of blood. The blood is dark red and has dried somewhat. Some of it is still sticking to the horrifically bent limbs. There are strange marks around its edges. It is faintly blurred around the area, in direct contrast to a totally dark area where it's forming a cluster. Squeezing blood from a human body wouldn't leave such a clean spray marks. No. It is a messy sight, but there are some details that still catch my attention. Several circular bloodstains are scattered beyond the splattered pools of blood, vaguely lined up in a straight path. The blood splatters vary in size, the largest being about the size of a textbook, while the smallest is only the size of a thumb. The further away from the body they are, the smaller they become. After a 2-meter radius, they slowly fade away and disappear. There's one thing that I can say with absolute certainty. Those are not human footprints. Where does the trail lead? Northeast, around the warehouse and up the mountain behind the school. We've sent people there already and found no similar footprints or further traces of blood. There's a high wire fence there that should be difficult to climb over. Yes, and there was nothing there indicating that anyone was ever there. It's as if the killer just vanished. Damn, and there's no surveillance footage of any kind. No, or else we wouldn't be digging through the dirt like primitives looking for traces right now. Security footage in the control room is completely garbled for some reason. I see. One more thing to be concerned about. So far, the signs point toward electromagnetic interference, but we will have to wait for our technicians to finish their analysis for a real answer. On the sun. Status of the victim. As stated initially, the victim's body looks like it has been squashed under extreme pressure. Needless to say, the body is viscerally deformed. The skin facing the ground looks was flayed, as if the concrete floor rubbed it open like sandpaper. But there is something else that isn't quite right about the victim's body. I lean in to take a closer look and finally realize what's been bugging me all along. With a head twisted like that, the spine must be broken, right? The pressure from the back of the neck that forces it forward is what eventually causes it to break. This has been observed at archaeological sites from time to time. Unfortunate people from all areas who had an accident during a construction project or were caught in natural disasters such as landslides often ended up with broken spines. Yes, it is twisted and broken in a few places, but I think the photo makes that pretty obvious. What sorry state that body is in. Looks like the poor guy will have quite a difficult trip to the morgue. Say, it is definitely clear that the deceased is a campus security guard. It's kinda hard to tell with the skull flattened like that and the whole face reduced to a pulp. He had a tattoo on his back that helped us identify him. He was a former prisoner who was being reintegrated into society. He took his job very seriously and had his heart in the right place from what I've heard. What a cruel fate. According to his work schedule, this place was indeed part of his patrol route for today. Still, the location he was found at is remote, and we have no idea why he would walk around behind the auditorium. Maybe he stumbled upon something before he was killed. Hard to say, we definitely need to investigate further before we jump to any conclusions. I agree. Scratch marks on the floor. What about this? It looks a bit like... I point to the ground in the photo. There are heavy marks almost forming a dent of sorts. A small sign with a number on it is placed next to it. Marks like that couldn't ordinarily be left on a concrete floor. Whoever made them would either have to possess inhuman strength or an incredible set of teeth. It seems almost impossible that a fight that caused such destruction could have taken place without anyone noticing anything. We interviewed the people on patrol today. Nobody saw anyone carrying heavy tools or anything else that could have been used as a weapon. And the janitor in charge of maintenance had no idea about the marks. Since the auditorium is often used by off-campus personnel, these checks are done diligently and on a regular basis. Everything is checked thoroughly on a weekly basis. Something of this size wouldn't have been missed. So all signs point to this damage being recent. Exactly. I'm curious as to what could have caused it. The velocity needed to cause such damage is insanely high. There are no cracks or signs of corrosions around it. This precision makes me think we aren't dealing with mindless destruction. I doubt whoever did it brought a pickaxe along. Are there any eyewitness accounts? Sometime before the incident, a witness saw him and another person enter the room, looking very nervous. However, we have yet to find anyone matching the description. This is why we need to seal off the school campus to keep the culprit from slipping away. Would explain why everything is blocked off so tightly. Okay, let me have a closer look at something else. The notebook. That's... A notebook was found next to the body. We've asked his colleagues to take a look at it and they have confirmed that it is not his handwriting. And its contents are, well, my personal theory is that he must have acquired the notebook from somewhere else and then accidentally dropped it during whatever mess he got caught up in. So it couldn't have belonged to him. While handwriting can be altered on purpose, the deceased's normal behavior leading up to his death makes me doubt he was this crazy. That sounds ominous. What exactly was written in there? Is it that bad? We've already bagged it and taken it into evidence, so I'm afraid there's no way for you to take to have a look at it. However, it only had a few pages, and we took photos of them. He looks for another picture on his camera and shows me the photograph pages. Oh boy, what are we gonna find? My honest reaction to that? The writing isn't so much made up of words as it is of a weird assortment of scribble, filthy stains, granting me a glimpse into the shattered psyche of whoever wrote it. The longer I look at it, the more clearly I can see that the actual words were written down here. At least I'm not dealing with crazy occult symbols for once. So it's a diary? The author didn't deliberately keep track of time, but it looks like these are notes on various events, not necessarily in chronological order. Whoever wrote it seems particularly fond of talking to themselves. More words are crossed out than are left readable. I grab the camera to get a closer look and carefully read everything bit by bit. Everything is sunny and clear, not shady and unusual, no rain the whole day, and it's hotter than expected. The infiltration plan worked well. He was easier to talk to than I thought he would be, and I traded some cigarettes and liquor for the key to the side door. As long as I carry around my drawing board and paint, students won't suspect me. Remember, don't be afraid to start up a conversation. They're just curious as to what this artist is up to. However, there's a real punk of a student who's not easy to deal with, so stay away from him if possible. He looks like this, don't forget. Sunny, nothing unusual. Not much rain down here in the south this time of the year. That's bad news. I haven't had any luck lately. The guy didn't go behind my back, did he? I knew this was going to get me in trouble. I don't know what drove me to trust him in the first place. Maybe he was just trying to bluff me into such a high a high asking price. But if we come this far, let's say a few more days. It's not like there is anywhere else to go. Remember, there's nothing on the south side. I have checked there 3 times already. Cloudy, nothing unusual. It looked like it was going to rain, but the rain never came. How frustrating. Students say they saw something strange moving around, and that animals have been found horribly disfigured. No flesh was eaten, but the blood was sucked from them. It fits the profile. Chances are high that they are around. I didn't explain their presence to the students. What happens to them and whether they live or die isn't important. You should have stayed longer. I need to see it with my own eyes before jumping to conclusions. Cloudy, there was a heavy downpour yesterday, and today the air is exactly as documented in the article. I have to remember this. I think I know where they are. There have been animal carcasses near the warehouse on the north side. I heard them there today. The article's description of the sound they make was wrong. It isn't a grunt. I heard a strange clicking noise instead, a deep penetrating sound. They must have exceptional lung capacity. I didn't have the guts. God knows how dangerous encountering them face to face would be. I wanted to, but it sounded like it was fighting something. There was no chance to get any closer. The sounds coming from there were so strange. It was like bloody meat being slapped around, tissue being torn apart, and I heard strange words being chanted, but none of what I heard made any sense to me. The fighting continued for a while, and then a soft hissing sound came from the mountains to the north. Immediately after that sound, our movement stopped. It was like a referee had blown his whistle. They're not taking orders from something, are they? No, that's not possible. Nothing of that nature was ever mentioned in the article. I'll remember this and go back later to confirm my theories. I really can't believe it. They may have intelligence, but not to this degree. Nothing is right, nothing is as it should be. How long has it been since I heard them moving? 3 days? 5 days? Wasn't this supposed to be a success? Things weren't supposed to be this way. They should still be here somewhere. I purposefully led some stray cats into the school, and it wasn't before long that they all ended up dead. Oh no, not the cats! But I could never see them. They only hunt their prey when I'm not looking. Sweepy. Is it really necessary to use bait? The article mentions that they can have their own twisted preferences, but what is it about this school that draws them to it? I need to remember this. Whatever I can think of, I need to remember all of it. They are fighting something. I need to keep my eyes on their enemies. What a genius idea. I have to remember this. Looks like it's easy to attract those things, albeit dangerous. But I won't get anywhere without taking any risks. Listen closely. I need to check out the cottage. What? My honest reaction to that? I don't think any human on this earth could ever successfully decipher what he wrote in the last paragraph. It is scattered across the paper like someone suddenly interrupted him during the writing process, or like his brain decided to go haywire in the middle of it. As you can clearly see, the author's mental state is highly concerning. I think you need to take into consideration there might be another person involved in this whom you should arrest. Definitely. Welcome the whole school thoroughly to find whoever's responsible for this. He pulls up the pictures of the medicine on the camera once again. I just hope that's good enough. The officer doesn't urge me to hurry up, granting me as much time as I need to analyze the photos. I doubt it's because he's a nice guy. My guess is that he's doing it out of respect for the principal who's standing next to us. I can't find anything else in the photos that jumps out at me. That's about it. Now you know what we know. We can rule out a suicide and an accident. All signs point to a homicide, but we're lacking a murder and a motive, so things remain unclear. A suicide wouldn't be this extreme, and the physical evidence points to an event far too precise to have been an accident. Am I right in that assumption? Precisely. I mean... no offense, but like... God, I keep yawning. Why am I so sweeby? I was saying, no offense, but I think suicide could be just taken out simply because have you ever seen a person committing suicide by being flattened by an 8-wheeler? Not exactly easy to die in that way on purpose. I guess unless you're Jaehyun's son. Those bloodstains sure make it look like it was an intentional attack on him, but looking at them doesn't provide an explanation as to what exactly happened on the scene. They aren't really evidence for anything yet, right? At the moment, they're just one more part of the puzzle that we need to solve. You got your work cut out for you then. I hope the principal is fine with us borrowing your expertise. We need someone reliable to work with us on this. Well, I'm in no position to make that decision for them. Feel free to contact me whenever you come across something that could prove useful. Having seen those photos, there are a few things I would like to get to the bottom of. What about it? Any ideas? Not a lot, I'm afraid, but at least I have a general overview now. Well, anything is better than nothing. Then we'll hear from each other again later. I can't abandon my post for too long. I hope you understand. Of course, thank you for your time. The officer bows slightly and puts his camera away before leaving in a hurry. So how about the general overview of yours? Do you know which piece of information to look for? I wish! If you have any idea where to start, please let me know. Oh my, that sounds quite disheartening. Well, at least I have some insight now, so it wasn't all for nothing. The bizarre murder bears a strong resemblance to the animal killings on campus, although I have to admit this one is a lot more extreme. The manner in which he died and those fanatic ramblings in the notebook both point towards these being beyond the bounds of human imagination. Speaking of the notebook, that last part about bait, I have a bad feeling about that. It is going to be a tough case to crack, I'm not gonna lie. I see. Principal, could we continue this discussion somewhere a little more private? I look at him with the most serious expression I can muster and wink at him. Do we have to? Such long walks are so tedious. If we want to keep this a secret, I'm afraid we will have to take every precaution we can. Prying eyes are everywhere. That includes the members of my own team, something I avoid saying out loud, of course. I want to avoid all the people crawling about the place because of the active investigation, so I picked the most isolated spot I can remember. Dan has been here before, but he should be meeting up with Neko and the others right now. No need to worry about potential interruptions. Okay, I think this place should do the trick. We're the only ones here. And just why exactly do we have to come all the way here? Because there are some questions that need answering. I cast a serious look at him as I light up the cigarette. If it involves shady business, the fewer people know, the better. It is for your own good too. I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me the truth, Principal. Who is after that treasure artifact of yours? Who? What do you mean? You heard me. I demand a proper answer, or else I don't see any sense in continuing this investigation. Please stop. At least explain yourself first. Thinking back, this whole job was sketchy from the very beginning. An artifact was stolen, and a regular thief would usually get as far away as possible and find a place to sell it. You, however, are somehow convinced that the culprit will return, despite the place being so crowded. I can understand your desire to recover the artifact, but no matter what else they would want to steal, doing it during the school festival is the dumbest possible time for it. Anyone with more intelligence than a mouse would pick a different time. From what we gathered, the school may have been home to strange creatures for quite a while already. We've learned from the students that strange signs of vandalism have been turning up more and more frequently. You somehow failed to mention any of that during your job offer. Strange holes have been turning up all over the campus and have to be fixed on a regular basis, but you obviously don't care about any of that, do you? Then there is the matter of the animal carcasses, and if not for the well-meaning student who revealed that to us, we would still be in the dark about that. It doesn't seem like the school cares about this potential threat to the safety of its students. Am I right? I am a busy man. I have a lot on my hands. Save it. What I found out during the investigation and the description we were given at the beginning of the job are completely different. It's been going on for at least half a semester, so this isn't a recent development. In other words, you had plenty of time to get to the bottom of all of this, yet for some reason you decided to wait until the hectic days of the school festival. You never asked for anyone's help before that. I wonder why that is. What is it that made you call us and ask for expertise at the moment, at the very last minute, with things already being chaotic enough as they are? Now, I don't mind a challenging job per se, but it seems to me like you deliberately didn't leave us enough time to prepare any appropriate countermeasures. Or were you simply hoping we wouldn't have enough time to prepare from the very beginning? You're thinking about this too much. You're covered in a weight of paranoid thoughts. The fact that you didn't manage to track down the artifact remains, so please don't pretend to be all high and mighty. Hey now, don't underestimate our professionalism and work ethic like that. I chuckled softly while I pulled out the taser. Ah! You should see your face right now. Calm down, it's not even powered on. Yet. Now, something else that has been bothering me, setting aside the fact that it is illegal for civilians to purchase them, those paint bullets for the shotgun are extremely rare, seeing as they have to be imported from abroad. A resident expert for those things assured me that that was the case, and I have no reason to believe he's lying, so why would you go to such great lengths and rush to get these things ready for us? Were you expecting us to need them? For the first time since I met him, the principal's perpetual smile disappears. He stares at me intently, and thick drops of sweat start running down his face. Within a few seconds, he goes from being a cheerful educator to a grim and troubled middle-aged man with a heavy heart. I don't try to push him, but choose instead to wait patiently while smoking a cigarette, making sure to pressure him by staring straight back at him. My patience pays off. The stolen reed companion has a questionable origin. You can tell me. This stays between us. I hope you'll keep your word. Well, despite the claims of it having been found during an archaeological excavation, the history of his ancient scroll is actually a bit more complicated than that. 3 years ago, a foreigner came to me out of the blue and asked if I could help safekeep 2 artifacts. I had never met him before, nor had I ever heard of the research institute that he supposedly belonged to. He didn't even make an appointment with my secretary. He just suddenly showed up in my office out of nowhere. I didn't agree to his request at the time. The history building has a reputation to uphold, and no matter how valuable the artifacts, I couldn't even be sure of the legality of the whole matter. His identity being such a mystery only made me more suspicious of it all. That reaction only seems natural. I refused him multiple times, and he suddenly stopped insisting. He just said, "It's okay, you always say yes in the end," and left quietly. Oh no, he's also trapped in a fucking loop. A day later, one of our graduates announced the discovery of 2 artifacts and decided to transfer them into our custody. That's... It's not the first time we receive artifacts of that nature, nor are they the most valuable, but they happen to be in a very popular area of study these days, so it caused quite a stir for a while. Meaning they aren't items you can sneakily get rid of. Oh, goddammit. I've asked the graduate about them in private and guaranteed him full confidentiality, but he kept insisting that he discovered them on his own and that he knows nothing about the foreigner. I'm not sure if that's the truth or if he's playing dumb for whatever reason. What if someone stole the artifacts from him and tried to frame the school? While that does sound like a possibility, we're not even considering it for now. In fact, god damn it, I keep accidentally opening the log. In fact, things only get much weirder from there. Weirder how? Less than a week after we received the artifacts, the graduate who sent them to us ventured out on his own and was found by a lake. He hung himself. My honest reaction to that? You can imagine the consequences of such a drastic and unexpected development. I was bombarded with questions from all sides. This stress gave me a stomach ulcer. It was then that the foreigner suddenly appeared again. He showed up in my office without an appointment once again, and even the security guard couldn't tell me how he got inside. I take it his reappearance was related to the artifacts. Yes, he wanted to make a deal with me. A deal. Yes, we'd safekeep these two artifacts for him for 3 years, and as long as we didn't arouse any suspicions, he wouldn't tell anyone about their true origin. He had evidence, although clearly forged, of me threatening the graduate to hand over the records of those artifacts. And you couldn't refuse in light of the graduate's death. In return, until he showed up to retrieve them again, we had to keep them safe and in pristine condition. So you took the deal. I didn't have any other choice at the time. Giving 2 more artifacts wasn't much of a problem, but returning them when they were due was different. Regardless of this actual state of affair, their officially recognized discoverer is still the graduate. I certainly couldn't simply hand them over to a stranger. And that was 3 years ago, so this is the year he wants them back. To be precise, today is the deadline. I've spent 3 whole years trying to get our various academic luminaries to agree to cover for me. Now that the artifacts are in the school's possession, it would be better to ruin my reputation than to hand them back to that stranger. You would actually do that. You would be held accountable for a crime you didn't commit. That would follow you for the rest of your life. It's where I draw the line. I cannot in clear conscience compromise my integrity as an academic. These are the values I hold dear. Oh. I unlocked all of the intelligence chipsets in the game. Thanks, game. Wait to just pop the achievement right there. It also, if what you're saying is true, you deserve respect from one academic to another. Thank you for your understanding, but in the end, this is just my way of trying to make myself feel better about it all. When I put out the news that I was going to display these 2 artifacts at the school festival, well, that's when all sorts of strange signs began to appear around the school. First, the staff fell ill, then, well, animals kept dying in and around the school. After a big hole appeared on the tennis court, people reported hearing strange snickering sounds coming from the mountains. And now, most recently, there have been reports about vandalism, like you said yourself. Another read compendium was stolen as well. Yes, I don't know how he could have possibly pulled that off. He wants to before he has the remaining artifact. Can you elaborate on that? It seems as if all this is just in preparation for what he really wants. The one artifact that is still in the school's possession. Also, both artifacts are of great importance. That's what he told me himself. Do you think they may be useless on their own? That one might not work without the other? Maybe. I'm the wrong one to ask. All I know is that I can't afford another loss. That's why I employed your services. Recovering the artifacts would be the ideal outcome. Since you're experts, I wanted to assist you to the best of my abilities in apprehending the man and placing him under arrest, no matter how many devious tricks he might have up his sleeve. Still, that's no reason for you to keep all of that hidden from us. Yeah, that was kind of rude. That was kind of rude, my dude. I'm sorry I had to do this, or else the pressure for you to arrest him straight away would have been too high. I didn't want to have to be the focus of the job. At least now we've been thoroughly briefed. Finally. What's done's done, and I will compensate you in whatever way you deem appropriate. I promise. Will you see the job through? Will you see the job through? Well, you know, I do my best to avoid his gaze and collect my thoughts for a moment. He spilled a lot of details just now. The fact that he kept all of these secrets doesn't exactly inspire confidence. It's hard to trust someone like that. We've already collected a lot of clues, and finishing the job isn't the problem here, but I feel like there is more to all of this. Oh. What? The game is just doing it himself? Wait, why is the game doing it? Well, I guess it's in the past. If it's in the past, you're already supposed to know what the answer is, I guess. That's a weird choice for the game to just resolve the actual thing by itself. I can't say I expected it, but it seems like my most troublesome guess has hit the bullseye. Sadly, this is often the case. I never thought we were dealing with a common criminal, but this is just frustrating. This is too much power for one man. What is there to gain from it? Who would anyone want to attract that kind of attention? I understand the principal's decision. The school is dear to him. He has to make the best choice in order to preserve this place and its integrity. It's a heavy burden for him to carry, a responsibility entrusted to him by those who support him as a leader. But the line between right and wrong is often blurred. These artifacts may be highly valuable, but hiding them for a stranger, an unknown source, is highly questionable. That's more like morally dubious concealment rather than safekeeping. However, this moral dilemma has been pushed into the background and replaced by a far graver scenario. Judging by the scene of the burglary, it is clear that the thief used inhuman means in order to recover his lost property, and the consequences are certainly far more dire than the school losing face for having the artifacts stolen from them. I can't even begin to imagine how the principal must have suffered in silence for the past 3 years. Having just learned about this deal he was forced to make, new questions are swirling around in my mind. If the culprit is something other than human, and many signs point to that being the case, then there are more urgent issues to consider right now. The notes the police discovered at the murder scene clearly state that there is more than one suspect, which I find the most troubling discovery. Judging from the author's note, he had been pursuing the investigation for a long time, lending credibility to his theory despite his obvious descent into madness. However, the notebook's author seems to have died a while ago, leading me to try and decipher the meaning behind what he wrote. Why did that mysterious visitor hand over those two artifacts to the school for safekeeping 3 years ago? And what could possibly make him go to such lengths to recover them after giving them away in the first place? What other bizarre dangers wander around the school hidden in the shadows? Well, from the bloody stuff, probably a chupacabra or two. The veins on my forehead are already bulging from thinking so hard. My instinct tells me that whatever we stumble across here is far more dangerous than we ever anticipated. It has been hiding its true face from us, remaining obscure behind a veil of fog. Impatience will only lead to failure. I often have to remind myself of that. I inhale the calming smoke and let my mind and lungs become one while I contemplate. Anyway, I should focus on the problems that can be solved first. Apart from what happened today, I've already witnessed more than one strange occurrence at the school, a strange case file, if you will. If I piece things together, I'll be able to avoid any potential danger in the subsequent investigation, even if I can't necessarily discover the person behind it. Apart from the thief who stole the Reed Compendium, what other strange things are happening at the school? Well, I should start with this one. You're really just gonna do it, like the game is just gonna do it itself, huh? Again, that is such a weird choice that the game just like resolves it by itself. That seems to make sense. So, who would leave a trail like that? A giant humanoid creature that specializes in digging, coming and going without a trace except for bright flashes of light. An indescribable cloud of light that can inexplicably drain a person's energy and causes them to feel utterly weak and fatigued. An unknown being that crushes both animal and humans to death with ease and is perhaps able to disguise its whereabouts in some way. Either one sounds bad enough on its own. I don't know what I did to deserve having to go up against all three at once. These clearly are uncommon criminals. Today's events provide further evidence of the threat they pose. Particularly the last one scares me. Being able to camouflage itself somehow makes it highly dangerous. Fleeing such a messy scene after having caused such damage without anyone noticing is a terrifying ability. The police have been unable to find the other person who entered the room with the victim. Why do they have to be so professional? I can't help but curse under my breath. In any case, it's important to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. Since we have no way of fighting back yet, I should keep my distance and if I witness anything unusual. Only one question remains. Although the deal was made 3 years ago, all of these strange occurrences started happening recently. A clear sign that he's returned to collect what he considers to be rightfully his. Whether the others are accomplices that he brought along or simply a third party attracted by his presence, there is enough evidence to prove that the two artifacts are of more than simple archaeological value. I have seen other artifacts in my line of work that were held in high esteem, but most of them are just self-deceptions fueled by superstition or evil people using them to their advantage. It's a waste of time and energy, and most of the time just one big ploy to scam people out of their money. By now, I no longer expect anything to be an original. Not only everything that is supposedly as priceless, blah 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 blah. Not only everything that is supposedly of priceless value these days turns out to be a forgery. I can't read. Unfortunately, I seem to have hit the jackpot this time. These two are the real deal, but what exactly are they being used for? No, that doesn't explain it. Despite the many traces that were left behind, the most crucial piece of the puzzle still appears to be missing. The culprit must have their own agenda, or else they wouldn't go to such lengths openly within the school. What are they really trying to do here? Can I really solve this problem with these clues? Oh, no, that doesn't explain it. Despite the many traces that were left behind, the most crucial piece of the puzzle still appears to be missing. Okay, yeah, same as before. Oh, don't tell me that we don't have enough clues don't tell me that he doesn't have the clues to actually complete this. Don't tell me this is an ode to Varen. Well, I guess it would make sense because it's a loop. Yeah, that is a... yeah. You know, that makes perfect sense. You have to fail, like, it makes sense that the game does it by itself. Like, you have to get to this point, and then you have to fail, because otherwise you don't get to do the loop, like, you don't complete the loop. Because if it works out, there's no loop anymore. And we don't, you know, we don't do the thing. It's one of those closed loops. One of those closed time loops when, like, the thing at the end causes the entire series of events that eventually causes the loop to start. Time loops suck. No. Suddenly thoughts are racing through my mind in ways I never experienced before. Sounds like you've at least seen this sinkhole with your own eyes. Yeah, but my intuition tells me something bad. Something I don't want to come true. Scarlet sounds tired and rubs her eyes. The road looks as if someone is a sci-fi laser on it, but then there can't have been an explosion. What is? He shows me a small bronze bell. Why? A treasure, of course. Though I am delighted to say that in some way every item I bring you is a treasure. I'm not going to argue on that, but those were all books. This, however, even though I'm an expert in all things archaeology, I've never seen anything quite like it. The symbols on it look unfamiliar. What era is it from? I dare say it could very well be an era that you are wholly ignorant of. You know what? You being so certain of my uncertainty, despite me being a knowledgeable researcher, only makes your intentions even more suspicious. I guess you could say my behavior is rarely considered normal. However, there is an eyewitness who claims to have looked in the direction in which the destruction happened. They saw something interesting. Saw something interesting? Wouldn't the light have blinded them? That's half right. They said that the silhouette of a huge figure could be seen in the center of the glow when the explosion happened. Silhouette of a huge figure? That sounds like something out of a Terminator movie, if you ask me. It was even more exaggerated than that. The figure was described as having been at least 2 meters tall. It's all still very unclear and obscure. Oh, and you asked me to look into that shadowy silhouette that was spoke at the incidents. I remember I was going to look for more information, but the information found me instead. Wait, what do you mean? Do you see it yourself? Not quite, but a number of very similar sightings have been reported. However, none of those were accompanied by bright explosive flashes like the initial one. There was a massive spike in unexplained strange events in every area in which a sighting was reported, and I'm sure there's a connection. Anything else? Actually, there is. I would like to retrieve the small bell that I left in your possession. I sincerely hope you remember the particular piece I am referring to. Though I do place my trust in you, it still worries me to have it out on my sight. What a rare occasion. I can't say I ever expected you to want something back. I was under the impression you were using me as a glorified vault to stash stuff and forget about it. Wait a second. Wait a sec. I'm having thoughts about what's going on. I think I have an idea what's going on. It is only natural for a vault to be open when the retrieval of an object is deemed appropriate. Do you mind telling me what's so special about that thing? I've taken a good look at it, but I couldn't find anything that stands out, apart from the fact that it's incredibly light. I am afraid that without a specialized knowledge, it is impossible to discover the mystery of this treasure. The value of knowledge is infinite, you know that. I'm willing to bet everything I own that I've never experienced any of those memories myself. Yet they all look so incredibly real that I'm having a hard time convincing myself of the fact. Who is that tall, slender foreigner? Why is there a bronze bell there? When has that ever been in my possession? Also, there are those 2 notes again. Professor, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I can't afford to rely upon illusions as a source of information. That would be ridiculous. The situation right here and now, and the existence of those 2 artifacts requires my undivided attention. No, store manager. Those are actually flash flowers that are a very important tool that will help you later. You can't do that. You're gonna end up fucking yourself. This is gonna end up as a bad ending because you didn't do the thing. Store manager! I'm shaking you right now! Men who don't listen to the flash forwards are dumb. However, I lack a basic understanding of the Meridian Bronze Bell and the Reed Compendium, and even the images that were flashing through my head just now didn't tell me what purpose they have. Well, they serve, rather, but same thing, technically. There's no way of learning more about them with the current information. Oh, wait, my nose. I yawn, my nose is itchy. What's fucking day, I swear. I must persuade the principal to allow me to study the remaining artifacts in this history building again. I mull it over and carefully think about how I should phrase my question to convince him. Also, I am getting even more frustrated when I suddenly hear an obnoxious electronic ringing in my ears. The principal looks shocked as he pulls the alarmingly loud phone from his pocket. Yes, what is it? The fear on his face becomes even more pronounced. Okay, I understand. I'll be right over. Stay at the scene and check the surveillance footage. We should have it on camera this time. Well, just do it and do it quickly. Why does this keep happening? All this bad luck all at once. Did something happen? Yes, I would like to thank you for coming out here and talking to me. I'm afraid it really is all over now. Huh? Hold on, do you mean? Mere moments ago the bronze bell was stolen as well. What? People have started fainting all over the place outside the museum. Wait, all over the place? Only people who visited the museum should have seen it, right? What do I know? You're the man with all the solutions, aren't you? Anyway, doctors are gathering everyone at the schoolyard, where there's plenty of room to arrange stretchers and other means of transport. But it seems that even they are starting to show symptoms. Take me there. Well then. Red and blue lights are flashing in front of Zack's eyes. He can see a growing number of people gathering at the school gate. They are being driven back by stand audience to stay inside the school grounds. This isn't what any of them expected. It isn't even the kind of accident they expected, let alone the solution. The situation might even be beyond the skills of their trusty manager. He doesn't like this. Hey, the police seem to be closing off the road. Is that really okay? I don't know. It feels like we're being trapped inside the school. Calm down. They've probably dealt with this kind of situation before. Just a bunch of security guards. I'm sure there's a way of getting all of this sorted out. I guess you're right. Justin, are you going to answer the phone? The key now is not how to deal with the group, but what will happen afterwards. The boss hasn't done anything so far. There's no way this situation could have set him up for his future at Hermitage. Be careful, there must be a reason behind it all. Anyway, what's going on at the school gate? The police are herding people toward the schoolyard. Things got pretty heated with the doctors, but I don't know any details. Is it really because of a murder? Let's just get everyone under control first so they won't spill any information. This place is rough enough for law enforcement as it is. What are we going to do about Jasmine? We can't just leave her here, can we? How should I know? Hell, things just keep crashing down on top of us. What should we do? Damn, I have no idea. Justin and Scarlett turned the auditorium upside down in the search for Jasmine, but they didn't have any luck. This is like a completely one-sided boxing match that begins in the 4th round, with no hope of comeback, making the pain even worse. You know, if the thing is going badly, like if you're at the fort, like if you're losing and it's already like just drop the towel, just say no. You can just resign. You can just be like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go take a nap. Though you probably shouldn't if it's after a boxing match. Mostly because you never know if you have a concussion, and you shouldn't sleep while you have a concussion. That's a well-known thing that you shouldn't do. Sleep while you have a concussion. At that moment, Justin rejoins the conversation. All we can do is hold on. Liam hasn't even met us yet, and Queen is busy with her own business. As long as we keep it that way, Dan shouldn't be a problem. We avoided the worst case scenario. Let the store manager take care of the rest. I still don't want to give up just like that. Is there anywhere else we haven't looked yet? The mountain. Other than that, we'll have to look outside the school grounds. I see. I'm thinking that even if we could find her again, those 2 students wouldn't necessarily be with her, would they? I know. Come on, let's get this show on the road. Leave it to me. See you later. What the hell is this all about? There you are. I had a hard time finding you. Manager, what are you doing here? I was going to ask you the same thing. Follow me. Where to? The mountain. Surely he's already come to his own conclusions. He always seems to attract certain kinds of events. By the way, bring that weapon we borrowed. I have a feeling we might need it. Carrying that around openly? You have some nerve. That's right, just hold it in your hand. Even if you stripped and ran around naked, no one would stop you right now. As if they could stop me, but I'm not going to do that just to be clear. There's also this. Have a look. It's some kind of blue capsule. Zack takes it and examines it. The capsule doesn't seem to have any markings on it, but it's a little bent, as if it were man-made. It looks familiar somehow, but he can't remember why. Huh, a magic potion? Does elixir look like that? It's adrenaline, diluted. The effect of our absorption is very poor, but it's better than nothing. Then again, you made it for me, so why would I need to explain this to you? There's been a lot going on, and I'm just a bit confused. I'm afraid you're always a bit confused. You forget the most essential things. Whatever. Why did you suddenly think of using it? What's next? All the patients who showed up at the history building look like they've been drained dry. I don't know what happened to them. We definitely can afford to slack off on the job. From what little knowledge Zack has about this kind of thing, this hormone is usually used as a stimulant. In the movies, they often show military doctors using this stuff to save soldiers. That said, it's not surprising that Dan, as a veteran, would prepare this kind of medicine for the team. Okay, did they translate like heroin to adrenaline? Did they try to like lower down the fact that they're using drugs? Because there's a lot of stimulants out there, and admittedly, just pure adrenaline, like you don't usually like pure adrenaline is not something that you get injected with. Like, it's usually a compound. So it has to be a specific kind of drug that also happens to be a stimulant. So it could be heroin, it could be amphetamines. Like, if it's extremely diluted, it's fine. For the record, like, most ADHD medication is a kind of amphetamine, like it's a stimulant. There's a couple that are not stimulants, and those technically aren't that kind of drug. But most of them are a kind of stimulant that is usually diluted or mixed with something else. Like, it's a very small doses. But it's not... He shakes his head quickly, trying to readjust his facial expression. You seem to know exactly what's going to happen, manager. Because someone told me. The poor guy was desperately trying to keep a journal and didn't know someone who had found out about him. Now we'll have to ask someone else to show us the way. What are you talking about? Some little new discoveries. Anyway, keep up. The store manager's nervous chatter suddenly stops. He looks up at the sky. His face is cast in shadow, mirroring the clouds above, and for some reason there's a very purple shading put on the entire scene. Damn, has it started already? Before he has any time to react, a dense darkness has enveloped Zack. The sky is darker than he has ever seen it before. Clusters of heavy black clouds hover above them, pulling up swirls and vortices, as if they are about to devour everything. He can vaguely see a few wisps of colors drifting through the dark clouds. Although they seem small, they are quickly becoming more intense. Is this a reference to the color of the sky? Because I don't remember ever reading that one. The breeze carries with it the smell of something burning, and there's a slight hum in the distance, in the direction of the mountains. I've never seen such a weird cloud. They're just clouds. Where's Neko? Absolutely everyone is being shoved into the schoolyard, so I guess the others weren't able to get out of there. Wait, this feeling... Manager, what symptoms did those patients experience after their visit to the history building? They were absolutely exhausted and felt very dizzy. We'd better get a move on, my stomach is churning. Let's head off to the schoolyard then. Wait, I can't move. Help. Meow. What is that thing? Why? The schoolyard is packed with students and adults, and there's a feeling of desperation in the air. Zack's feet have been working against him the whole way, trying desperately to make him trip. At the same time, his heart is beating rapidly against his chest, urging him to keep going. Even though his mind is telling him to slow down, his body is following orders as always. He doesn't want to stay in this place a second longer. You know, that just sounds like everybody's suffering from generalized anxiety, like a lot of generalized anxiety. Like tired, exhausted, can't move, high heart pressure, stomach churning, sweats, fevers. Like, that's just some extreme cases of generalized anxieties, my dude. Somebody bring the antidepressants, please. However, as unpleasant as the experience is, the panicked people around him are worse off. It spread so quickly. Spread? Nothing. He quickly finds Cecile and Justin. They are huddled in a corner of the playground, doing their best to stay conscious. They look as if they haven't slept for weeks. There you are. What does this mean? Cecile doesn't answer his question at first, but just shakes her head weakly. We went to the auditorium, but the police were there too, so no luck. It's not just Jasmine, the student president and the student named Liam. They're gone. Justin begins to cough violently, the blood draining from his face. He gulps down air, but it doesn't seem to help. You could have saved yourself the trouble. Damn, why did this have to happen now? Manager, what should we do? It's too late. We can't do anything for them. You see those colors in the sky? It's spreading. It's spreading in the same direction as the disease. It's only a matter of time before the entire school goes down. I'm afraid this isn't just a minor problem. Scarlet, take Neko and hide. Dan and I will handle the rest. I need to stay strong. You practice karate, right? You too. Aren't normal, are you? Somehow Zack feels as if Neko has said something like that before. Oh yeah, absolutely, that's Neko behavior. Manager, is there any medicine left? That's all I have. At the end of the day, how could I know that you wouldn't even bring your own stash with you? Yeah, sorry about that. Leaving Jasmine might be dangerous. There's no point in staying here. Nah, let's go. You girls be safe, except Justin, I guess, who's not a girl. Wait a minute, the mountain, right? I'll be right there. You have 10 seconds. Time's running out. The skinny store manager is suddenly the most energetic person in the room. He pats Zack's shoulder, turns around, and runs back up the mountain. Zack can't help but sigh as he watches his figure gradually disappear. Is this the end? What do you think, dummy? Don't call me stupid, I'm really not. He points at his chest and begins to fumble around his pockets. Dan's been hiding all kinds of stuff from us. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Because Dan always carries medicine with him. If it's really the medicine he gave the store manager, I wouldn't be foolish enough to keep my share. At least that's how much I could find in my pockets. You guys remember taking this stuff? No, but this uncomfortable feeling is all too familiar. He shared it with Scarlet and Neko in the past. Probably. Anyway, take it quickly. Zack pulls a medicine bottle out of his pocket and stuffs the capsules into their mouths. Be gentle. How's that? Feeling better? It may take some time to digest. Same here, but I seem to be getting back my strength. Breathe steadily. If you're not breathing I think that's properly. If you're not breathing properly, it will be even harder to get back on your feet. That's easy for you to say, you little punk. Who do you think I am? Anyway, I'll go and meet the store manager now. Wait. What do you find? They look like strange records that probably have something to do with the body found in the auditorium. Thanks to those records, I remember the medicine. I don't know which one of us actually survived. Sure enough, we still have to go to the mountains to find out what happened. But none of that matters. Zack turns around only to see that the number of people falling unconscious around him is growing, which makes him particularly cranky right now. He hadn't checked his pockets until the store manager reminded him that himself prepped these items a year ago. Man, that's a lot of preparation when you think about it. Ignoring Neko and Scarlet, he turns around and walks away. While Neko's plan is to ask the store manager for answers, Zack has come to his own conclusions. All I know is this: someone is definitely going to pay for this. The teenager resolutely clenches his fist that isn't his own. This is really killing me. I can't get rid of this total sense of disorientation. Climbing over the fence at the back of the mountain takes me quite a while, and my clothes get caught on the spikes at the top. I let myself fall. I drop heavily to the ground and immediately sprain my left ankle. It isn't too painful because of the adrenaline surging through my veins, but the occasional bright pain from the injury keeps me from running too quickly. The place has obviously been abandoned for some time, and there are leaves everywhere. Autumn has only just begun, but the trees are already eagerly shedding their old cover in a tumultuous rain. Yet, even with all these scattered leaves around, the forest is still lush and green, full of evergreens. Such a lush landscape is far from normal at this time of year. Exuberance isn't always a good thing. The sun is getting louder. The buzzing that has been floating around since we came close to the place has stabilized now. It sounds pleasantly like a flute playing on the wind. The sound alone may have been a treat if it weren't coming from all directions. A strange kind of laughter is mixed in with it, and it's giving me goosebumps. I didn't feel this way at the foot of the mountain, and the growing weight of my chest makes me think that I must be getting closer to the heart of something. At least this means that I must be getting closer to the planet itself as well. As I look up, the hazy colors in the sky seems to indicate a pathway that leads towards the top of the mountain. There's a Japanese saying that goes, "If you do not enter the tiger's cave, you will not catch its cub." With that in mind, I take a deep breath, trying to calm my aching lungs, and continue on my way. The drifting echoes really do coalesce further up. There's a pagoda on top of the mountain, which was kept in its original state when the academy was built. There is actually an ancestral tomb up here that has been passed down from generation to generation. I already knew about this before I took on the investigation, but that's about all the information I have. The school doesn't seem to make much of it after all. The pagoda isn't especially famous. If you look in the direction of the mountain from the school grounds, all you can see is a silhouette of the pagoda, which isn't very tall or conspicuous in the first place. I gather myself, avoiding various piles of leaves, and quietly climb the stairs that lead to the building. The small square has obviously not been properly maintained. Weeds and vines are crawling up the fence, and mushrooms are growing between the cracks in the tiles, transporting me to a time at which mankind has long since disappeared. In front of the pagoda, a crude stone platform holds a triangular metal pillar that resembles an altar. However, it is far removed from any altars that I've ever seen, but in size and shape. It looks pretty crude, with no seal engravings or any customary incense, making it seem like a cheap imitation. Although it doesn't look like the real thing, the stone platform must have been there for years, since the signs of old age are becoming prominent all over it. 3 figures are standing at the edge of the stone platform, quietly proving to me that I haven't in fact been transported to a different time. Jasmine? Why? She isn't alone, those 2 students are with her. Dan, you made it. I spotted some movement up here, so I came to see what was going on. What are they doing here? God knows, but it certainly isn't normal. See, they look a little strange. You call that a little strange? All 3 of the bodies in front of me are faintly fluorescent, a strange color emanating from them. I can't see their faces, and I'm almost certain that something alive is spreading and stretching beneath their skin. It must be some kind of invisible presence. Despite being the smallest of them, Jasmine's presence is the most pronounced. She's standing in front of the other 2 like a lead singer, her mouth opening and closing as if she were singing on stage. However, the sound coming out of her mouth isn't a human voice, but the ethereal buzzing I've been hearing this whole time. Can a human really make that kind of noise? Goosebumps erupt all over my body at the sound. Even so, the other 2 remain unresponsive. It's as if their consciousness has been powered off. They don't even frown as fallen leaves pass by in front of their faces. I've never seen this kind of hidden glow before. It doesn't look like any color I remember, nor like anything the sunlight could produce. It is beyond words. I can't help but cringe, and as I shoot a sideways glance at Dan, I notice he's also shedding a few rare drops of cold sweat. The serene and bizarre atmosphere is getting to him just as much as me. But that doesn't change what needs to be done. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. Should we go up there and check it out? A whisper in Dan's direction. He shakes his head, picks up a stone from near his foot, and throws it at the stone platform. The flying object disappears in midair. What the... I can't help but question my eyesight at this point. Aside from the fact that the stone has literally disappeared, I can't make heads or tails out of it. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. Thanks, Zach. For a moment, Dan looks dumbfounded, but he quickly regains his serious expression and bellows at the spot at which the stone disappeared. Who's there? Show yourself. It looks like we have guests. A steady voice addresses us, speaking with a strange accent. It seems to be coming from the general direction Dan was aiming at, but I can't figure out from which point exactly. So you're playing God now? I'm sorry I didn't come to greet you both, but as you can see, I'm quite busy at the moment. The voice drifts through the air, sounding laid back and comfortable. For some reason, Dan's reaction is stronger than I thought it would be. His expression is growing darker, and his clenched fists are shaken. I've never seen the veteran actually nervous, but he's clearly riled up right now. Is that so? Since you're so busy, you probably wouldn't mind if I shoot a couple of random people, would you? Wait, don't... Before I can reach to stop it, the black metal in Dan's hand makes a blasting sound. I fucking knew it. See, that's recognizable. All he has is paint bullets. 1,000 of dollars could only buy one round of this expensive crap. I have to say that you're such a rude guest that I'm actually starting to appreciate it. There seems to be a need to negotiate. No, negotiate might not be the right word here. I'd have to show some sincerity too. The air raps as the colors fade from it, with a kind of squelching sound. Finally, the huge black lump of flesh is fully visible, taking in every corner of my field of vision. Well, that's freaky. Its muscles are stirring with ripples in its body. Look vaguely like eyes. Dull whispers ring out as tiny holes across its soft face open and close, taking in the air. This definitely isn't a scene anyone could just make up. Such absurdities shouldn't exist in reality, but at this point I've climbed over the wall that common sense has built for me and faced it head on. Also, why the fuck did the screen go all white? I'm getting blind. No. I can feel vomit rising in my chest. What the hell is that thing? Why does it live? No, why does it exist? My past knowledge has betrayed me, spitting on everything I've seen and heard up until now, and I have a headache that seems to be wanting to rip my brain apart. That seems to be in better shape than me. His face is dark as he grips his shotgun tightly. He must not understand what he's up against here, and I nearly burst out yelling from all the things that are going through my head right now. You don't look so good. Shall I call a doctor for you? The voice continues. A tall, lean, middle-aged man emerges from the dark raid like a rider dismounting a horse. He's wearing a decidedly out-of-date trench coat. I have no sense of fashion myself, so I can't really comment on other people's outfits, but in this case it makes a statement. Yeah, the hat is a little too much if you ask me. Like, the trench coat, yeah, sure. The vibe, yeah. The hat, he had to put in the hat. The hat is a little too much. I reach into my pocket and quietly flip the power switch on the taser. We're all civilized people here, so you could please stop whatever you're doing here. I've been waiting for them for 3 whole years, and I'm not going to wait around any longer. Besides, there's always a time and place for everything. I miss a lot, and God knows if I live to see another time like this. 3 years, so you're the one who gave those artifacts to the school. What are you talking about, manager? Dan is obviously surprised, but now isn't the time to explain the details to him. I stare at the stranger in front of me angrily, but he just shrugs slightly and sighs. Looks like someone could keep their mouth shut. I thought trustworthiness was a virtue in your country. That depends on the subject. I don't think the principal has done anything wrong at all. You may think so, but while it might not be obvious, I myself am in a rather bad mood right now. So it shouldn't be too much to ask that you too get some proper rest now, right? You know, you don't have to bring the weird, like, Terminator 2 Eldritch horror. Can I call it a Terminator 2 Eldritch horror? Because like it has the same texture, let's be honest. As he says this, the black mass lifts itself off the ground, emitting an eerie chirping sound. This has gone too far. Dan mutters as he takes a slow step back. The negotiation failed, I suppose. I get the same feeling. Fine, since you were brave enough to come to us, I don't suppose you're the kind of people who can be intimidated. The strange foreigner seems frustrated. He gently straightens his hat and covers his eyes with the brim, because that's dramatic and shit. A nasty chill suddenly creeps up my spine. Forgive me. Huh? A black wave envelops my vision. Contrary to its enormous size, the fleshy mass is so quick that I can't keep track of its movements. Suddenly the shadow is right in front of me, its loud screeching torturing my eardrums. Ah! I don't even have enough room to raise a hand to protect myself, let alone dodge the creature. Frozen in place, my right hand tangled up inside my jacket, unable to draw my weapon. In the heat of the moment, Dan knocks me aside, his eyes murderous. The black mass doesn't hesitate and continues to grow, as if it doesn't really mind who attacks it. I close my eyes, waiting for the impact. I don't want to see my companion's miserable end. Huh? However, the sound I hear next is very different than expected. How's it going? All good? Dan grins crookedly at me. He's standing in front of me, casting me into shadow. The shotgun has disappeared from the tennis bag at his feet. No, it hasn't disappeared, it's just in a different place. A tattered piece of cloth is hanging from the front of the black mass. It looks like it was once a tennis bag too. The creature is holding onto it like a shield. But that isn't the only thing that's embedded in its flesh. A piece of metal with blue paint is visible between the rags. It has been bent over with great force and is spewing large amounts of smoke into the air. An ice cold breeze is blowing from the direction of the creature. Well, somebody certainly did his homework. I just used whatever was available. Dan sneers at the man. The creature next to him is still trying to move, but it is so slow it might have just woken up from hibernation. The metal buried in his body is making a stifled creaking sound. The whole scene looks like an old school horror movie. They use a cooling agent. Like liquid nitrogen. I knew it would come in handy. Dan isn't the one who answered him. Pink and Scarlet emerge from the edge of the trees. Each of them is holding up a metal air canister threateningly, ready to toss another one should the need arise. Lucky we got so much of it. This school's chemistry lab is a million times better than the one at our high school. Something about her statement strikes me as odd, but now isn't the time to think about that. How do you know it would be here? We all have our ways of doing things, manager. This level of preparation wasn't even necessary to figure out what was going on. At the auditorium, we were told that the victim entered the room with another person. As of yet, the police have been unable to locate that person. It was pretty bloody scene over there. After seeing the way the guy died, we decided we had to figure out a way to deal with this mysterious culprit who came and left without a trace. I'm sorry, manager. We didn't know when it was going to attack, so we had to wait for it to make the first move. We got lucky. No wonder he was carrying around the tennis bag the whole time. It would have been necessary to carry the shotgun on its own, but if our enemy thought it was a simple disguise for regular weapons, the liquid nitrogen tank would have remained concealed. Could it be that he was hiding it to avoid revealing his plan to me? I wonder. Regardless, he figured out how to deal with the monster, so this might be a good opportunity. I pull out the taser and aim it at the foreigner. I'm sorry, I think we'd better get this over with before your bodyguard wakes up. Ah, how awful. Be careful not to electrocute yourself with that thing. I'm sure we can all reach an understanding here. That's completely up to you. Let those kids go. I'm sorry, you seem to have misunderstood something. I wouldn't call them kids. Ah. Don't say we didn't warn you. Dan kicks the earth like a charging bull, running at his opponent from the side. Meanwhile, Scarlet and Neko toss their cylinders at the stiff mass of flesh on the ground. The canisters hit the ground and soon begin to emit large clouds of white gas. Those are weird noises that you're making. White mist engulfs the black heap of flesh until all I can see is a blurred shadow struggling haphazardly, its movements getting slower and slower. The situation could have been far worse for us. Dan may not have been able to face our opponents on his own, but the arrival of Scarlet and Neko has turned this into a perfect offensive strategy. Without thinking about it, I pulled the trigger on the taser. Those are very long cables. The recoil is stronger than I was expecting, but the weapon is effective. Plumes of smoke are clouding everyone's vision, and with 3 people attacking at the same time, the enemy won't realize what my true intentions are. I'm afraid even a high voltage electric shock wouldn't be effective against a monster of that size, and I'm hesitant to risk getting one of the others in the chaos. So they aren't the ones I was aiming at. There are more worthy targets in the field for me to put this gun to good use. No matter what happened to Jasmine, if I can't stop her now, we'll have enough time to question her afterwards. Manager, I hate to break this to you, but if you're using... No, you know that can kill children? Like, a taser can kill adult men. It could absolutely kill a child. What kind of voltage of... No! That could absolutely fucking kill a child. What is wrong with you? God. People who think that tasers are safe are so stupid. No offense, but it's true. If you think that tasers are safe, you're a fucking idiot. A metal marker is propelled into the air, dragging a slender cable towards its target. You can really smell the success of my sneak attack. Even so, the foreigner at the center of it all doesn't move an inch. Shit! I bet I didn't even harm a single hair on Jasmine when I tried to shoot her. Instead, something tall stepped right in front of her at the very last moment. That's freaky. Electric shocks don't show mercy, but the opponent's thick skin seems to be naturally resistant to such damage. Okay, but like... the point of a taser is not... like, the electricity travels inside. Like, the skin is just an easy conduit, the electricity travels inside, and that's what causes you... like, it attacks directly to the nerves. That's why it can kill you. Especially if you have heart conditions, because why do people not know how tasers work? They're so dangerous. Oh, I hate that. God fucking damn it. I guess technically if your skin is thick, like depending on the type of skin that you have, you could argue the skin thick enough might not be able to conduct electricity, but that seems highly unlikely. It has sturdy limbs and a large bloody mouth. Its body is covered in folds. In form alone, it resembles a great ape, but even the gorilla, which is known for its robustness, doesn't have that kind of stature or strength. Although it has a humanoid shape, its face looks like that of a deep-sea creature without any eyes. No environment on Earth would be home to such a creature, and now I'm beginning to understand where those strange eyewitness accounts concerning unidentified wild forest creatures come from. However, this creature is clearly obeying some sort of command. It grunts and rips the cable of the taser, puffing out his chest at me. I throw a sideways glance at Dan. However, the sign that greets me is more disorienting than witnessing yet another supernatural creature. Oh hi, other Dan. It's good to see you back. Dan too. You're still so determined this time around. Shut up. Two equally large figures are grappling with each other, neither of them showing any sign of relenting. And that guy you trust shooting at children without even blinking. Damn. No matter how many times we go through this, he's still a selfish person. You must know what I'm talking about. Shut up! Nerd. What's going on? Why are there two Dans? Don't worry about it, manager. Sorry, I've always believed that victory comes from thorough preparation, so I got a couple more hands on board. That should be enough, right? Once again, I'm trying to wrap my head around a new situation, but my opponent doesn't hesitate. He takes a huge step forward, pushing everyone away from the man in the trench coat and the black mask. The sounds of shoes scraping against the ground is unpleasant, and even with Dan's best efforts, there doesn't seem to be any way for him to injure his opponent. Despite appearances, even I can see that there is an essential difference in strength between the two. I'm certainly glad you're willing to help, but wasn't the deal to hide yourself until the time was right? Sorry, couldn't help myself. I still owe his face a beating. Why? Why? This guy already killed Jasmine once. Do you expect me to let him do it again? It's just a taser, isn't it? Taser. It's more than just a taser. When you use it on a kid with a heart condition. I mean, it's already bad on a kid, but why didn't you mention that she had a heart condition? Again and again. The other Dan suddenly falls back a little, catching his opponent off guard before he lunges forward. He punches his other self in the stomach, causing his opponent to fall to his knees. I can practically feel his pain from a distance. Dan, are you okay? Which one of us are you asking? That one, the one that you throw at me. Dan throws me against the trunk of the tree behind me. I can feel the air being knocked out of me. I open my mouth to make a sound, but my vocal cords can't manage more than a few futile hisses. Not only that, but the excruciating pain in my back tells me that the impact caused more than a little damage. My clothes are soaked and my back feels sticky and warm. The slightest tug feels like I'm ripping my skin apart and I break out in a cold sweat. My breathing is labored, and it takes me a couple of seconds to realize that I've been run through by a branch. Well, that's bad. Manager? Are you okay? I can hear the alarm voices of Scarlet and Echo from somewhere behind me. They must have run up to me at some point because they are now doing their best to hold me in place against the tree. I should be happy that they're alright, but this isn't an easy thing to do in the current situation. You're obviously blind if you ask someone if they're okay in this kind of situation. Yeah, he has a point. Stop, get away from him. Dan turns up in front of us, shielding us with his body as he pulls a dagger out of his sheath. That precious dagger he's been hiding in his belt for years is large enough to actually kill someone. What if I tried to get close? And obvious enough, my friend, I wouldn't risk your safety. That's just because I'm part of your plan, right? I'm here, but honestly, after seeing these people's stupid faces, I don't really care what happens to me. I see. But you know, unlike the other two, this thing doesn't listen to me that much. Almost as soon as he uttered the words, the buzzing that has been surrounding him suddenly disappears, leaving only a sharp echo in my ears. Then, color begins to emerge everywhere. I've never seen a color this pure before. It has invaded the world without form or smell, just being. Hi, ball. That's a large ball. That is indeed a ball. No matter what angle I look at it from, its appearance stays the same, making me wonder if my eyes are playing tricks on me. It looks cold, but it is giving off an invisible heat. Only after a few seconds of gazing in its direction, a burning sensation begins to creep up my face. What is this? This is the only question that I have difficulty answering clearly to you. Is there a particular reason why you're staring right in front of me? Why are you staring right in front of me? Why did you change sprite so you're staring in front of me rather than to the sides? That's freaky. I don't like when visual novels do that to me. The man in the trench coat slowly approaches the cluster of color that is hovering above the stone platform. The snickering and whispers around it are slowly fading, as if to indicate that it is stabilizing. When I found it, it was just a fragile germ, not half as dangerous as it was reported to be. Believe it or not, I even tried to feed it myself, but I wasn't successful. Even so, we cannot truly understand this being. It has transcended time and space, as has been recorded as a plague throughout history. Its appearance has always been accompanied by the death of the environment around it, and even the destruction of whole cities. But that's not what it is. It is energy, a perfect formula for the universe. This planet is simply too small and barren for it, which is why it has to draw energy from everything around it. We are the ones who should be ashamed. So, where did you summon it from? Summon? No, I wouldn't presume to be that strong. It just happens that we both get what we want this way. In fact, it appeared at various points in time, but there weren't many places where it could establish a foothold. It just couldn't find the right one. What's that supposed to mean? I simply used a little trick to move it here from that school, and then waited patiently for it to stabilize. Look how much energy it has now, after being nourished by all of this green space for 3 years. Although none of that has anything to do with me. You should be glad you came back to this point in time, otherwise I couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't be you who gets strained. The chances of getting a germ like this one onto our planet are slim to none. Even I have no knowledge about it other than the ancient texts that describe it. He seems to be in a pretty chatty mood right now. What are you trying to do with it? What does it do? Well, let me show you. It feels as if my body weight has suddenly tripled, and I feel like I'm boiling inside. Blood rushes to my head, hot as lava. A sudden rumbling noise is building in my head, throwing me completely off balance. A moment later, my vision begins to blur. It feels like the very last moment before utter unconsciousness, but despite my having lost control of my body, I am still completely conscious. I barely notice the muffled sound of my body hitting the ground through the haze of dizziness in my head. What is happening? Didn't I tell you? It draws the energy from everything around it. You should know what I mean by now. Through the darkness, I feel someone picking me up from the ground and gently propping me up against a tree trunk. The foreigner's voice appears very close to my ear, and he continues to talk as if his mind were elsewhere. In its final stages before completing its metamorphosis, it devours the entire ecosystem for miles around until there isn't a single drop of energy left. I've heard that there have been traces of it around the world, but I never know if the rumors are true or not. Anyway, I tried this once 3 years ago. It was spectacular. Metamorphosis? Yes, when it reaches its grand final form, it will soon complete its metamorphosis. After today, there probably won't be a blade of grass growing here. Why does it have to be like this? Your first question is why? What if I said that I simply need everyone here to die in despair? Then I would either think that you're Junko Enoshima, or I think you're Zero Time Dilemma. Zero Time Dilemma. 3 if you will. Who is technically 2 if we go by timelines. If we go by the timeline, he's technically the second 0. Because I'm going to assume that you have complex motives. Like your motives are complex. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. All over Torah Memorial and all over the city, people will watch these ominous omens begin to descend above their heads like in the Book of Revelation. They may not know what the color means, but that won't matter. They will feel as powerless as you do, losing control over their own body. They will have trouble breathing and won't have the strength to close their eyes. They will watch as those around them die from dehydration, and there will be absolutely nothing they can do about it. Look, dude, people already die in terrible situations. I'm having to live through that. Do you... Can you... Can you not be like that and let me just forget about that happening? Some people may try to find out what happened, but I'm afraid that there aren't too many people as smart as you, and even if they did, what could they do to me? The foolish will only feel fear, and the wise will become more and more desperate. It has to happen this way, or the rest of the ritual cannot be fulfilled. Sounds like merely torturing us to death won't satisfy you. It's just a part of the offering. If there were another way to do it, I would have been happy to do so. But in the end, I'm still a novice at wielding fear and despair, just about old enough to knock on the door of such great being. He lifts a corner of his hat, revealing a patch of grey hair. Although judging by his face, he looks to be in his 30s, the lines between his eyebrows can't be concealed any longer. It's funny how people build cities and civilizations, forgetting how much their ancestors were in awe of the great beings who wouldn't cast our planet so much as a second glance. We have fallen to shame through humanity's foolish deeds. But for those greater beings, time is child's play. All that matters is circumstance and method. By creating a time of fear and awe again, we will finally be in a position to pray to them again. As if these past 20 centuries never existed. Everything goes silent for a moment. Then he takes a deep breath, as if a great weight has been lifted off his shoulders, and pulls out a brass bell the size of a fist from his pocket. As for what exactly will happen, let me show you. Bye, ball. Oh, it's back. I thought it was going to the... Oh, no, it's in the sky. Oh, hi! Majora's Mask Moon. Hi. He's doing the Majora's Mask Moon thing. The sky is darkening, but with the chime of the bell, the colors floating through the air stretch themselves out again, rhythmically moving back and forth. I can feel some kind of force overhead. And although everything is silent, my brain takes the liberty of imagining crunching sounds. The space seems so tightly compressed up ahead that it is causing an unbearable pressure on the eyes and stomach. The crunching grows stronger, but a strange burning sensation is gradually disappearing. In contrast, the trees around us are beginning to shake, their branches growing at an alarming rate while their leaves dance in the wind, like wanderers who know their days are numbered. It must be a cloudy day, and one must venture to the highest point, otherwise one won't be able to communicate with them. Those are the rules people compiled back then, but I have gathered that this is because these were the circumstances under which someone first came in contact with these beings. This is part of the ritual, and although I couldn't understand its true meaning and didn't have enough literature to learn more, my instincts told me that something was bound to happen in this situation. Unfortunately, it only remembers this very moment, which is what makes the conditions so harsh. The good news is that there is always a way to make it happen if you have enough capital. Dark clouds, no thunder, no wind. Everything is becoming more distorted and blurred by the second. So you see, they will be coming soon. Who? I suddenly experienced something completely unprecedented. In this very moment, the air is an ocean. My planktonic tiny body is crawling on the ocean floor, and there is a whale swimming overhead. There is no reason to question its existence. Everything is as it should be. My hands and feet are cold, and my blood is dancing in my veins. At this moment, I feel completely connected to the hundreds of thousands of lives around me. There is no distinction between human beings and animals, apart from their sheer fear of ignorance. He's not lying. Something is coming soon. What's a blank? What's a blank? Game, what's a blank? Game. Kid Michael, King of the Infinite Void, Star Shifter, Foundation of the Universe, Creator of Suffer, Conqueror of Terror, Destroyer, Son of the Void and Chaos. Guardian of the Abyss, God of Darkness, Lord of Dimensions, Wisest of Beings, Keeper of Secrets, Lord of the Labyrinth, Master of Perspective, the Night Wanderer, Master of the Gate, the Almighty and Eternal Lord of the Beginning. Jesus Christ! God! You have all of the titles made me sneeze. Why did all of those titles make me sneeze? Also, really, do you have to give them all of the titles? Okay, wait, I need to sneeze again. Okay, sorry about that. Are we really gonna go through all the titles? At 12, Ayaxathat, Yoxotot, Naflat Haken, your servant comes to you. Yeah, we're doing the Cthulhu thing. Something finally opens its eyes, and the order of the world is swept over the edge. From way above in its canopy of darkness, it casts its gaze upon the earth. I feel like a stream of silver is passing through the sky, but this feeling doesn't come from what I'm seeing with my eyes. It must be a cloudy day, and one must venture to the highest point. That restriction may indeed have its reasons. Sunlight is like blasphemy for it, and a mass of humans isn't any more important than a single cricket. Without a lighthouse to guide it on its way here, our entire planet is but a speck of dust that it passes by. There is no way to observe, no way to name, no way to remember. Even if I close my eyelids, the vastness of this presence is so deeply engraved in my mind that I have nowhere to hide. Even though today I have experienced things in my life that I have never experienced before, I now realize that my previous experiences aren't worth mentioning at all. It washes away the pain and struggles within me in one breath. And then puts even greater fears into my head. Yeah, you know, like the fear of the unknown. It isn't really worth the trip to the city, but the overall performance has to be checked, and we need to make sure we have all the right tools. The company's main focus is to ensure successful sales of the new product. It will be the newest addition to the product lineup. That's a good place to start. The first step is to make sure that this new system will be able to meet the demands of the market. I see. When you don't understand the picture that's being painted, sometimes insanity is the only option. He's muttering to himself, his eyes still looking at the sky. He has dropped the bronze spell and the scroll has long since disappeared. It's okay to feel this way. I've done this same thing twice, so one more time isn't a big deal for me. For you, the only difference is whether you'll meet your end sooner rather than later. When will it be all over, my friend? If you come to a memorial right now and Manila 2 years ago, then all that's left is the great mother fishing village thing you mentioned at that Christmas celebration in some other city a year from now. In that case, let's go to next year. Are you sure everything went according to plan 1,000 years ago? Even if you say the seeds have been planted, are you sure the ancients had enough knowledge to successfully create the ritual? It has nothing to do with knowledge. The more ignorant people are, the more blind faith they have. They had enough manpower and they could read and write. More complicated rituals might have been a bit much, but they were surely able to perform simple animal sacrifices to build a pathway for that being in the depths of the universe. Whatever you say, let's go then. This Dan seems to know more than I thought he did. He saunters over to the two students on the stone platform and holds onto them tightly. None of us could have seen coming what happens next. An unexpected flash of light blinds me as their shapes start to blur in a growing vortex of color. It feels as if an illusion has enveloped the world. I didn't expect Mara at the wheel to take on this form. To my knowledge, she is always described as a humanoid figure. A few years ago, I personally smashed this guy to pieces, and then he became this. He seems to have met with some unlucky bolt of energy that just happened to be passing by. I hope he isn't holding a grudge now. Wait, Dan, are you some kind of eldritch horror in the body of a man? Is that what you are? Is that why you're like that? Is that how you find out how to use it? It was just a side effect that occurred when you uncovered the veil. Crazy really, must have had some damn good karma. Your experience is beginning to sound interesting. This isn't the right time. It was a big mistake trying to kill this thing in the first place. I thought following these guys would solve a lot of problems, but it turns out this cold-blooded guy is much worse than those irrational beings. It looks like a step right into your personal affairs. You don't really care, do you? Ugh, forget it, hurry up. The giant man steps into the light without hesitation, gesturing to his companion. The glowing colors engulf Dan's body as he strides closer to the color vortex in the center of it. He steps right into it and disappears. But his companion doesn't follow him right away. Despite the fine beads of sweat already dripping from his forehead, he approaches me and taps me on the shoulder. As you can see, the odds are in your favor. What? It's not like there aren't any other options. Want to join us? What? As I said, not many people are as intelligent and intuitive as you are. The fact that you managed to find your way here in less than 2 days is a testament to your good instincts. It takes more than just brute knowledge to create enough events like this in a modern city. Ancient times are fine, but the city's radio environment is so complex that it's very difficult to keep everything quiet. You might not get your way right now, but I'm sure our rituals will be much more elaborate and go much smoother if we have a helping hand like yours. Now that you have no way out, why not consider a more constructive future? So you are planning to do something even more horrible? It all depends on which way you think about it. The fact that you chose to investigate this place, even after a series of incidents, shows that you still value the lives of those around you. All I can tell you is that my plans will continue, and the only way you will keep them alive is to help me succeed in my plans. Otherwise, a small place like this won't be the only thing that's in danger. How about it? I think you understand what I'm saying. I do understand. That's why I can't agree with it. What you did here is just a peek into what you're going to do to 3 other places, right? How can you perform a ceremony of this scale and still say that everything will be fine? So that's what you think, then there's nothing more to say. After a long moment of silence, he seems to make his decision. You'll meet your end here. With his final declaration, he turns around and steps into the vortex after Dan. The pressure in the air eases up, and the flow of colors begin to slow down. The sky, however, doesn't change, and the huge presence keeps on watching from above, growing even more imposing. He began the ritual, but he didn't bring it to an end. The momentum is still building, and since the giant shadow appeared above us, the future is pointing firmly in the direction of despair. However, the most critical threat at this moment isn't coming from overhead. Yeah, that thing. A being that is about to starve to death doesn't care if it has a terminal illness. The effects of the liquid nitrogen are fading, and the creature is twisting around slowly, creaking and gouging cracks into the ground. The scene is like a balloon on the verge of bursting. It could evolve into the worst possible scenario at any moment. This being has been around for a long time, considering the school its backyard. My chest is starting to grow heavier from the puncture wound. Breathing is becoming ever more difficult, which tells me that there is no way I could drag a body away from this situation right now. Right now, the only chance to get away from here is... yeah. Isn't everything just a gamble? I cautiously walk over to Neko and try to pull her up. She makes some vague noises, but her body is showing no signs of obeying her conscious command. This makes lifting her up very difficult, and I have to drag her across the ground for a good 10 meters. The cold is worse than unexpected as I pull the icy cylinder away from her, pulling with it pieces of skin. As I do so, I ease Neko into the swirls of color. Her shape seems to melt into the color until it disappears completely. It seems to have worked, so I wipe the sweat off my face and turn to one Scarlet. Scarlet may be quite thin, but Neko's weight was nothing compared to hers. I put her arm on my shoulder and inch her towards her destination. Next up is Dan, who weighs as much as the other two combined. The effort tugs on my wound, and the ache in my throat is getting worse as the air in my lungs is becoming more and more precious. My muscles are becoming less obedient as the strain across my bones. I shiver in spite of myself. However, I eventually bite the bullet and finish the trip. The black heap of flesh watches as I move the three bodies into the unknown vortex. I can feel its eyes on me burning with fury. I'm sorry. Woken up by the movement, Dan lifts his head slightly. He sounds exhausted, mentally more than physically. Cut the crap and say but. Pat him on the shoulder and turn around. Okay, just one more. Jasmine is unresponsive, as if in a deep sleep, her brow furrowed. I still don't know exactly what happened to her, but whatever it was, it shouldn't have happened to such a small child. It sparks my last ounce of perseverance. The rest is up to... I don't like that. Ultimately, perseverance can save the body. I can't catch my breath in time, and my left leg goes as limp as it has been suddenly unplugged. As if it has been suddenly unplugged. My brain is desperately trying to reassure me that I will recover any second now, but that time never comes. I fall to my knees beside Jasmine. Dan wants to help, but his condition isn't any better than mine. The distance of 10 meters suddenly seems like a huge rift. It isn't over yet. The shadow eventually shakes off the cold and stretches itself out again. It lets out a splitting roar and collects itself into a ball. With a strange tearing sound, the mountain of flesh flies up over my head and comes down in one fell swoop. It's over. I close my eyes as I wait for death to come. A ray of electricity cuts through the darkness. Without warning, the creature in front of me suddenly convulses violently. It whines and flinches, its entire body shaking. It's clearly on its guard, but it isn't targeting me anymore. Why won't you give up already? Through all the confusion, I can suddenly hear a familiar voice. Jasmine? I turn my head in the direction of the voice, but I can't see her small figure anywhere. A creature with an odd triangular shape is swimming near the vortex. Its surface is black and a pair of pincers are protruding from its body on elongated arms. A third arm has a piece of metal etched to it instead of a pincer. It is pretty compact in structure and almost looks like some kind of instrument. It waves several tentacles at me, making a weird metallic noise. Although it looks intimidating, its presence doesn't scare me. Instead, I feel relieved somehow. It shoots another blaze from its metal device on its arm, repelling the enemy that is trying to approach it. That just looks like an old camera, for the record. No matter how vicious the black mass looks, its flesh isn't immune to the blinding rays of light. That's a little exaggerated. Fast time, not much. Your interference to peak. Only this way directly come. It shoots further beams while speaking in a language I can't understand. No, seriously, those are silly. The flow of electric beams seem to be picking up in speed, spilling out like a waterfall. The air begins to heat and distort in unimaginable ways, but the creature is showing no signs of backing down. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. The triangular shaped being doesn't make a sound as it continues its onslaught towards the enemy, but one of its tentacles point in the direction of the swirling vortex of color. It has the same idea I did. Everything's just a gamble. I tried to push myself onto my knees to try and finish the last part of the journey. The loss of blood has drained me of most of my physical energy. I can't breathe properly due to the pain in my lungs, and the consequences of my lack of exercise are manifesting themselves in the pain in my arms and legs. You also should smoke less. Come on, hell, I'm almost there. No, seriously, this is so silly. The black mass might have a larger body, but that means a larger target area for the attack, and its flesh finally begins to crumble. It is emitting an astonishing amount of smoke, shedding its brittle and crumbling parts as fast as it can, trembling on the ground as it as it utters strange sounds like tiny curses. But this small victory comes at a cost. After a few seconds of intensive shooting, the metal device attached to the triangular being is now glowing red. Its structure is disintegrating, the different components whirring so fast that arcs of electricity are leaking from its surface. The triangular creature is bending and twitching under the pressure of the electricity. Several holes in its body are leaking brownish-green liquid. The air is filled with the stench of burning and a stench of rotting plants. Go in. Don't hesitate. Are you okay? Go in. It seems to have reached its limits as it mechanically repeats the words. Clearly something is inflicting pain on it. The triangular creature has lost its weapon, along with half a tentacle. The fleshy monster shaking is growing more intense, and it lets out a terrible cry as its enemy moves towards it. The mass of flesh is writhing under the damage it has taken. The situation is completely out of my hands. Meanwhile, the triangular creature is still holding up one of its remaining tentacles, firmly pointing at the glowing vortex behind it. The swirl of colors has nearly come to a halt, and I have no idea what might happen next. Yes, I know. For some reason, my eyes are a little wet as I hug Jasmine tightly, gritting my teeth as I move towards our final destination. My legs fail me once more. A black flesh has crept up on us unnoticed and has worn its way around one of Jasmine's ankles like a chain, keeping her in place. It really is an intelligent creature. Get off of her! Out of our way! We're clearly only 2 steps away from ending this, but fate has no intention of letting me off the hook. But my desperation is as strong as its fervor. The black surge reaches for its final victory. Huh, that's kind of like the sign of the clock. Hey, I want to help you. Huh? Oh. Blank, blank, and blank. Oh. Huh. 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 Color finally fills every corner of my mind. So that's both a bad ending and a good ending. Like I got the stuff for the good and the bad ending at the same time. So I guess there's only one ending. Jasmine, what is this? You don't seem very responsive yet. Are you still not fully awake? What happened was pretty rough. You should have that looked at. But it should be fine by now. Wasn't it a year ago? It's confusing. How did you get out of that unscathed? There are no scars, not even bruises. Shadowy silhouettes are moving in and out of my field of vision. Everything is blurry. They sound familiar. I remember those voices. How did you guys get here? What is all this nonsense? I'll be upstairs as always. Sorry, it took us quite a bit of effort to get in here. The lock on that door is pretty strong for such an old building, or at least it was, I guess. Sorry for breaking it, and we'll pay for it later. No, don't worry about that. That's on me. I keep rubbing my eyes so hard that my head starts to hurt. Multiple memories keep overlapping in my mind, some old, some recent, and all of them a big cluttered mess. Their correct order, however, is quite clear to me. Hi, douchebag. My reaction to that. For a short moment, words fail me. Is this hermitage? Yes, that's right. This is hermitage. You're home. Scarlet is standing by the window, her expression as gloomy as the overcast night sky. The two of us are the biggest idiots on earth for staying here for an entire year. So you were there too. What can I say? Cecile helped me see it. I was a mess. I even had to change into a new set of clothes before coming here. Scarlet frowns and complains, but her words seem strangely emotionless. I'm sure there's a deeper meaning to what she's saying, but that's beside the point. I can pretty much imagine what she's seen and heard, and I can understand her reaction to those things, but what surprises me is that everyone in the room is wearing an expression similar to hers. I know it's hard. Buzz, what do you see? Events from the past, or rather different pasts? Looping? There was looping. I reluctantly heave myself off the couch, sending a sharp pain through my chest as I do so. I touch my chest in an attempt to find out what's wrong, but all I can feel is cold sweat. How fitting that even the pain is an illusion. You're right, by the way, this is an injury from a year ago. You should take it easy. Justin puts a hand on my shoulder while simultaneously handing me a cigarette. It's hard to tell what the others are really thinking. I scan their faces closely and can't help but think that they are slightly different from how I remember them. A person's eyes reflect their experiences and allow us a glimpse into their soul. The color of their soul changes based on what they see and hear, and I can't say that I've ever seen them look like this, tired, worried, confused, yet still clearly intent on not giving up. I take the cigarette from Justin. Though unhealthy, at least they keep me awake and keep my mind clear. A clear mind, that's what I need right now. I'm fine, but I understand your concern. After a year, it seems I'm finally back to walking this out again. Time to rekindle the flame. Just give me a moment, there are some old scores I'd like to settle. And that's the beginning of chapter 6! And since it's the beginning of chapter 6, it's a good time for me to take an intermission because we've been here for a while. Oh boy. I knew that visitor guy was evil. Well, maybe not evil, just a fucking asshole, probably. Although he did try to summon eldritch horrors, so by all means, evil. Anyway, I'll go get myself some coffee and I'll be right back. And I'm back! You ever like get afraid that your computer is burning because you smell like burn smell, and then you go outside to get your coffee and it's like, no, they were just toasting toast. They were just making toast. And it's like, I worried for nothing. Oh, that's good. I was so worried. I was terrified even. Anyway, what were we? Oh yeah, chapter 6. The chapter that you get if you actually do the good thing. I think it's not available if you actually get the bad endings for all the chapters. I think now is the right time for me to tell you some things about myself that I have kept secret all this time. Like your name? Are you finally gonna give me a name to that face? I walked to the middle of the cramped room and turned to face my friends. No, not the toasty putter. This computer was so expensive, it doesn't need to burn. No, seriously, can you give me your name, though? From the very beginning, I could never recall how I got here. Whether it's the fact that I can't leave this place or the story of how I got to know the owner of this bookstore, those memories elude me. But now, those gaps in my memory have been filled. I don't know how I managed to look into that guy's eyes for an entire year. He must have done something to me. Yeah, probably something freaky. And just how exactly are you talking about when you say that guy? The real owner of the bookstore? I'm merely the manager, and even that job description sounds a bit too important. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. What I'm saying is that he's not one of the good guys. Obviously. But also, can you tell me your name? We've spent like 25 hours plus gameplay without your name being revealed. You're just the store manager. Can you have a name like a normal person? I don't even care what the name is. I'm not sure that I have the full picture yet, but the situation can be glossed over with a simple, it's a long story. This will do nothing to lighten the mood, but I have to tell them everything. A long time ago, Scarlett, Neko, and I were working on a case. It was a bad experience, and it ended quite tragically. If my memory serves me correctly, the owner of the bookstore was responsible for the incident. He planned a huge ritualistic ceremony at Tora Memorial High School and committed many heinous crimes, too many to list them all. At the time, he... I don't know how to explain this. Don't worry, we'll understand. That's why we came here in the middle of the night, even though it's clearly by the window that it's morning. The lock-breaking part was kind of unexpected though. Wait, someone please explain this to me. We actually know what happened at Tora Memorial a year ago. I guess you could say we've been there ourselves several times. In fact, there was a time loop. It kinda sucked. Quite a few things happened there. The theft at the museum, the vandalism in the classrooms, the big hole at the tennis court, the sky changing colors. Did I miss anything? The ball. There was a ball also. The guy who got turned into ground beef, also that. How could you forget about that poor guy? I see. You know that. I think maybe it's smarter if you tell me your story first. My statement seems to put Justin at ease a little. He and Neko exchanged glances for a moment, then both of them turned to look at me. Actually, we, several hours later. So much happened during the week you were gone. It's not like I expected the situation at the abandoned factory to have been completely resolved when they returned to Hermitage. They spent all their energy on trying to get out of there alive. It's only normal that they didn't pay much attention to the why of it all. Multiple documents prove that the factory isn't an ordinary one and was once a place of great importance, but it has been abandoned for unknown reasons for who knows how long. Also, the odd machine in the factory basement turned out to be more than unusual, as everyone's out-of-body experience has vividly proven. As it turned out, the machine even had an owner, albeit one who only showed up after Neko and the others had resolved the situation. What happened there was much more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. I never thought that what happened there would cause any further events, but the connection is obvious. The facts are plain to see, erasing any need for doubt and skepticism. I had no clue that you guys were the stray cats that came to visit me back then. I said it before. I should have just carved a message into the floor with my claws. That would have done the trick. If you had really done that, Scarlet would have barbecued you. Trust me. Do you even know how expensive wooden floors like that are? Well, regardless, I got blue back, all because of you guys. Thanks again. Where did that come from? You are aware that cats are loyal to whoever feeds them the most, right? Zach, sometimes I wonder if you say stuff like that because you think being an idiot is an actual job. Anyway, we never really got a chance to explain it all to Scarlet. The three of us were sent back in time before we could say anything, and we had no way of establishing contact. You turned into Neko, Cecile into Scarlet, and Zach into... well... right, Dan. What the hell was he thinking? To be honest, I was more interested in what our trenchcoat-wearing foreigner was up to. After I saw the ritual that the Visionary Society tried to pull off, I thought I'd never see anything as drastic and dramatic and extreme ever again in my life. But boy was I wrong! Those lunatics only cost a few people their lives, which was already bad enough, but judging by what happened to you, well, I'm afraid the whole school's in danger. I guess you're right. What he and the society members tried to do was roughly the same thing, the only difference being that he actually succeeded. You've seen it with your own eyes, so you don't need me to remind you, do you? When something like that descends upon our world, there is no difference between life and death anymore. Everything we know and everything we are is reduced to nothing. Speaking of which, what actually happened at the end of last year? I highly doubt that that thing would do us the kindness of simply disappearing, right? Yeah, please tell us if you can. I would love to answer you, I really would, but even now I have next to no memory of anything that happened back then. There's no need for random guesses. I think we're closer to the answer than you think. What? How? Check this out. Nick opens up a forum post on my computer. Looks like pretty standard at first glance. What's strange about it? Despite the night, Toria Memorial was still included in these articles. In these statistics, rather. Why did I read articles? No, that can't. Yes, it can. Don't doubt me. I know I'm right. My memory is fine. It's okay. Neko, there's no need to pick a fight right now. Listen, I've done my research. There's no point in trying to prove me wrong. I'm trying to explain this to you guys right now. It's not my fault if it won't fit through a head as thick as his. You should really brush up on how social interactions and civilized arguments are supposed to work. There's a fine line between confidence and rudeness. She's just a kid, that's just how brats are. Anyway, from what I can see, this has nothing to do with Tora Memorial. It isn't mentioned here. That's just it. Read between the lines. Wait, are you saying this is a consequence of what happened? Neko doesn't say a word, choosing to answer Scarlet's question with a silent nod instead. Justin seems lost in thought, and without even knowing what he's doing, he subconsciously pulls out his phone. Then he takes a big breath. No, this has to be a mistake. How is this possible? What? Justin, what's wrong? I pull up my map app and no place with a name exists. What? Let me take a look. Holy shit. What you said about life and death not even mattering was right. He didn't just want a few measly human lives. So he didn't stop with all the students and visitors falling unconscious. Instead, the whole place just ceased to exist. And if you do remember it, if it's not physically there anymore, that doesn't mean much. I'm starting to wonder if we really remember it, you know? Can we trust our memories? I'm starting to lose confidence in them. Hold on, what are you implying? We made it all the way until the end and somehow still managed to fail? No, I think the opposite is true. Neko turns away from the screen and gives me a reaffirming nod. Even if we couldn't change everything else, at least he and Scarlet are still with us. What? I think just means send you back so that you could do one specific thing. Bring back these two and myself. What makes you think that? Aside from a certain muscle-bound idiot, do you remember what else we ran into every time we failed? You mean those gooey shape-shifting creatures? Yes, we've been forced to act collectively because of their ability to split up and turn into multiple people. There's no other way. Nobody wants to turn around just to see their friend being turned into a measly pulp that goes berserk. It's messed up. So in theory, that mask could turn into anything and anyone while we're not paying attention. Still with me? Yeah, you're right about that. Alright, so this is where things become problematic. Why are we still alive and kicking when we didn't actually manage to do anything a year ago? The more you think about it, the more everything contradicts itself. Also, I have no recollection of how I got to this city a year ago. Neither does Scarlet or the manager. In other words, we don't know what happened after the Tora incident. There's a big inconsistent gap in our memories, like we've lost a huge chunk completely. Amnesia is a possibility, but what person with amnesia could have prepared themselves so well? When I came to my senses, I realized that I had started a new life, something I never thought was possible. Wait a minute, are you trying to say that all of this was also pre-planned? Although Cecile was the one in the middle of the action, as soon as she came back, Scarlet also had memories of what happened, right? Well, let's just say we have been through some very dramatic things, isn't that right, Cecile? I'm sorry for having used your identity like that. It's fine, we're all here together now, so we should be happy, right? The machine in the factory can exchange the soul, so to speak, of two bodies, a mental exchange, but how it actually works is very hard to grasp. That's why I prefer another explanation. A mental exchange is like a transfer of disk data, where the so-called cut is simply a manual deletion of the copy of the original space after the data has been copied. That process can be interrupted by stepping into the light. So, for example, during the switch of you and me, each of us had both me and you inside them at the same time, and it was only when we finally stepped through there that there was an error and the second soul wasn't deleted. We think we are ourselves, after all, but our memories are shared. Since my body's out of Neko, the Justin in my head is a replica left over from the transfer. It's not the first time we've been in a situation like this. During those few days in the factory, several of us started to feel and behave more and more like actual cats. This may very well be the adaptive process associated with a new body. Then, according to your theory, I think that the Neko part is a foreign memory, and you think that my memory is foreign. Maybe I'm Justin and you're Neko, but because of the cognitive relationship between our bodies, we falsely recognize each other. So because of the accident that interrupted the transfer, we somehow managed to reproduce a me, a Scarlet, and an idiot, and we also brought back the store manager. But we still seem to have much more recent memories. He didn't know us a year ago. Yes, his doesn't seem to be someone else's memories. At least that's what he would tell himself. So I made an exchange with my current self. And because he's himself, we may consider him safe, but things are not that easy. The worst possible scenario is that I stumbled upon myself as one of those flesh creatures. I don't know if there are any other options. Want to join us? But, as I said, not many people are as intelligent and intuitive as you are. The fact that you've managed to find your way here in less than 2 days is a testament to your good instincts. This guy is so insistent. It takes more than just brute knowledge to create enough events like this in a modern city. Ancient times are fine, but this city's radio environment is so complex that it's very difficult to keep everything quiet. You might not get your way right now, but I'm sure our rituals will be much more elaborate and go much smoother if we have a helping hand like yours. Now that you have no way out, why not consider a more constructive future? It's true, the four of us shouldn't still be able to exist. Maybe your existence was the result of an imitation from the very beginning. He needs us to do things for him, so for that sole reason there is an us. Can an imitation be so good that it starts to see itself as a real thing? My conclusion unnerves everyone in the room. I could cut the tension with a knife. Hopefully the next time I see myself I get a chance to find out how these years' memories have merged back together. So, this is the situation Jasmine intended for us to be in from the very beginning. I guess that depends on whether or not you believe in fatalism. None of us knew what happened on the mountain before all of these problems started, or this trouble started. The store manager and Dan were further away but have no memory of what happened afterwards. If Sa hadn't given you the pills, Scarlet and I wouldn't have followed you up the mountain. If you hadn't kept that creature at bay, none of you would have survived to see Dan open the passageway. If you hadn't returned to this place, the passageway Dan opened, even if you had gone back in time, the present we would not have remembered anything about the tragedy at Tora. At least now we can make a change. All because things turned out the way they did. And just means life was traded in order for us to have this opportunity. Well, I swear if that's the case, I would gladly change places with her in an instant. I'm fully aware of that. Neko, are you sure that... Although her expression doesn't change much, I can feel her giving me a piercing stare from behind her bangs. When they were sent back, I remember that I went to a place I'd never seen before. I guess I swapped places with another object from the scene. There were many cone-shaped pillars of flesh shooting up into the sky, and the sudden whistling, heavy wind was everywhere. But I also saw other things. I saw Jasmine's old room, and there were two people that she called mother and father. I think that Jasmine and it have been connected for a long time. That's why it was after her. So in that sense, Jasmine was being used until the very end. No, I think the fact that we are standing here alive is a testament to Jasmine's own strong will. What do you mean? Hey, I want to help too. Never mind, it's nothing. Yeah, I wish you could translate like the other text, the one that was all in little squares and I couldn't read what it was. Like, that would have been more useful, store manager darling. Seriously though, what's your fucking name? I'm starting to get a little upset that we're at the final chapter and this man has not given me his name at any point whatsoever. I guess it kind of makes sense. There's a lot of Lovecraftian stories, especially from Lovecraft himself, where like the narrator is basically unnamed. So I guess it makes sense. Like, it kind of fits with the theme, but also... Why am I always a damn idiot who screws up? That's not true at all, not being reasonable. But listen, no matter what, I want to find that guy, and I want revenge. No one is going to stop you, but you need to calm down for now. Even if you rush out there right now, you'll simply be squashed like a fly on the wall. Damn it! Sang punches the wall next to him so hard that bits of skin are ripped off of his knuckles. His eyes are glowing with a burning rage, but he is trying to control himself. It looks like he has finally learned the art of restraint. I pat him on the shoulder and do my best to pick up the derailed conversation. At least this time, we'll have a better chance instead of going in blind and clueless. All I heard was that they seemed to have gone off to someplace else at the end, am I right? When will it be over, my friend? If you come to a memorial right now in Manila 2 years ago, then all that's left is that great mother fishing village that you mentioned at that Christmas celebration in some other city a year from now. In that case, let's go to next year. Are you sure everything went according to plan 1,000 years ago? Even if you say the seeds have been planted, are you sure the ancients had enough knowledge to successfully create the ritual? It has nothing to do with knowledge. The more ignorant people are, the more blind faith they have. They had enough manpower, and they could read and write. More complicated rituals might have been a bit much, but they were surely able to perform simple animal sacrifices to build a pathway for that being in the depths of the universe. Whatever you say. Let's go then. First came something that happened 1,000 years ago, then something 3 years ago in Manila, and now Tora 1 year ago. They seem to have triggered rituals in 3 different places. 3 years ago, was that the Manila shipwreck? You're right, that could very well be it. I have a feeling this Christmas is going to be a busy affair. Come to think of it, I've been helping him track secret cults and other groups in the city for months. The people who really knew what was going on either ended up in jail or fled the city. That even includes the monster you encounter in the factory. Either way, we're the only ones left who can stop him. I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but how exactly can we stop him if we're not even sure what exactly is it that he's planning to do? Don't you remember what you once told me? The city is overflowing with all kinds of trouble these days. Bizarre accidents, all sort of strange cases popping up left and right. Add to that ever-growing tension and stricter policing than ever, and all it does is complicate things even further. The question is, when it comes down to it, will these people have the means to save their city? Wait, are you saying he's deliberately spreading these rumors to cause a panic? I wouldn't really call them rumors. You saw what happened at Tora Memorial with your own eyes. The big hole near the riverside viewing platform in the city looks exactly like the one on the tennis court at Tora Memorial. Whatever it is, it can't be good news. Also, when I was at the Sungeon building, I thought I heard them whispering something weird, as if something remarkable was about to appear or happen. We know how that turned out. Going to such lengths, even if it means alerting the local authorities. Each just a plan to kill two birds with one stone. It's a chance for him to get you involved, forcing him to step in and take care of the threat without exposing himself. Even if he fails, he'll have another good story to spread around. And believe how ridiculous that sounds. These topics have been all over the internet lately, and all kinds of rumors have been popping up. His plan was to spread fear and unrest whenever he needed to. At Tora Memorial, the traces of death and destruction left behind by those monsters served the same purpose. That's why everything went so smoothly for him when that thing actually appeared. And he intends to do it all over again here. I won't make it easy for him, I can tell you that much. That's actually an advantage of sorts for us. The more preparation he had to do, the more he was relying on those tricks that we finally seen through. After all, he himself said that he only discovered one way to do it in his lifetime. What if I said that I simply need everyone here to die in despair? All over Tora Memorial and all over the city, people will watch these ominous omens begin to stand above their heads, like in the Book of Revelation. They may not know what the color means, but that won't matter. They will feel as powerless as you do, losing control over their body. They will have trouble breathing and won't even have the strength to close their eyes. They will watch as those around them die from dehydration, and there will be absolutely nothing they can do about it. Some people may try to find out what happened, but I'm afraid there aren't too many people as smart as you, and even if they did, what could they do to me? The foolish will only feel this fear, and the wise will become more and more desperate. It has to happen this way, or the rest of the ritual cannot be fulfilled. Some like merely torturing us to death won't satisfy you. It's just a part of the offering. If there were any other way to do it, I would have been happy to do so, but in the end, I'm still a novice that willed in fear and despair, just about old enough to knock on the door of such a great being. He lifts a corner of his hat, revealing a patch of grey hair. Although judging by his face, he looks to be in his 30s, the lines between his eyebrows can't be concealed any longer. It's funny how people build cities and civilizations, forgetting how much their ancestors were in awe of the great beings who wouldn't cast our planet so much as a second glance. We have fallen to shame through humanity's foolish deeds. For those greater beings, the time is child's play. All that matters is circumstance and method. By creating a time of fear and awe again, we'll finally be in a position to pray to them again. As if these past 20 centuries never existed. First, he needs the right emotions. He already told us that the knowledge he possesses can only be fueled by fear and despair. Secondly, the method he uses to create those emotions must have a direct connection to those rumors. I don't believe he went to all that trouble just to play us for fools. Also, we have already seen his rituals. He is indeed much more skilled and versed in these unknown arts than any of us. He has both the motivation and the means to do it. This event must be even bigger in size than the last one, though I can't even begin to fathom how he intends to do something more excessive than removing a city from existence. Disappear would mean the end. It is as simple as that. Anyway, I think he's trying to use rumors to spread fear again, this time in an even more extreme manner than the Tora Memorial. Tell me, detective, what kind of scenario would meet all of those conditions? Christmas Eve is drawing near, and preparations are already underway. Among one of the most anticipated events this year is, of course, the city's very own traditional annual Christmas parade. This year's parade in particular has attracted worldwide attention due to the participation of very important political summit members. It is shaping up to be the biggest and most record-shattering Christmas parade yet. The departments in charge have said that they will do their very best to ensure it will be a peaceful parade that everyone can enjoy. Much effort is being put into keeping the streets safe. Well, I guess killing a couple of summit leaders would cause a lot of panic. It's a citywide event, one that would be perfect to remind everyone of all the rumors that have been floating around, the perfect opportunity to spread panic. First comes a prophecy, then witnesses to it, then belief. That's the order of things. What he wants is an actual apocalypse. If that's his plan, we may still stand a chance. A glance at a book on my desk can suddenly feel a weird sense of compassion for the man who has done so much evil. There is no room for error now. Fear and despair, huh? Let's show him just how desperate we are. Well, 3. So, why did you ask me to come out here? Sorry, sister. I know you've been really busy lately, but I just can't do this on my own. Never mind that, I'm more interested in knowing why you called me up out of the blue. What's going on? Well, you know... I'm sorry, but the store manager asked me to keep it a secret. All I can say is that it's really important. I see. Really important. It's weird that now she's... I guess because, like, the narration is, like, they're basically, like, sisters, which, gay. But it's weird that she's calling her sister outright. Like, they couldn't, like, choose a different thing to translate the word to. Even though I do believe in Chinese, like, it's literally just, you know, you call a very close friend a sister. Sister, please believe me. That's enough. I just have one condition. Whenever you ask me for help, don't apologize first. Huh? It's just something you shouldn't do, understand? Okay. So tell me, what does that cold-hearted guy want us to do? Oh, don't call him that. A place where two paths meet with trees on either side. Damn, why does these stores have any house numbers? First floor, glass windows, often closed with a sign. Alright, it looks like you're playing Hermit. Haha, Hermitage. What the hell is going on here? Anyone there? Can I come in? There's no need to knock. The store manager is out on business, so we're closed. Really? I seem to be really unlucky today. So this is what you look like in person. Ah, no, I mean, I don't think so. You're Justin's friend, right? I guess so. What's your name? Neko. You can skip the pleasantries. You can take a look around upstairs. Alright, seems interesting. What are you people preparing? What is your evil plan? That's your plan? That's right. Since the boss doesn't want anyone to interfere, so we have to hit each of them pretty hard. So how will this go? You're simply planning to demolish the house, right? I can't believe there were actual pictures. If you want to set this up yourself, at least do it properly, okay? Sorry, my grades were never that good. That's the best I can do. At least you're not ashamed to ask for help. What are these big piles for? You know, we want to put a big hole in the columns. Stop. Do you consider yourself immortal? Where do you get this thing? I just copied it from somewhere. If it works, right? I think it's pretty simple. Didn't you do that dangerous smoke bomb thing? One thing leads to another. The principle of the atomic bomb is also quite simple. Why don't you get me some yellow cake and I'll make one for you? Yellow cake? Wait, is that... What is that? Is it edible? I really can't communicate with you. Please, Neko, you can't be completely in command. Please help me. Who would even want to be your commander? You really have no intention of giving up, do you? Sorry, I just can't help it. Forget it, being angry at you isn't worth it. Well, it's my fault. If I were better at fighting, I wouldn't have to bother you at all. I'm not sure how much of a pain in the ass this is going to be. I would say it's become quite a problem for everyone. I'll leave it at that. Are you sure the guys will be happy to help? What else is there to do but grovel and beg? When the time comes, that's what has to be done. No, I mean they are... There's no difference between you, me, or them. Everyone is the same. I have a point, even if you have no reason to believe it. If you're going to say men who have fought together are friends or something like that, save your breath. Then why are you doing this? Well, what are your chances of winning without this? Slim at most. I thought so. Let's go. Go where? To get you some materials, of course, you big idiot. I'm going to be busy for the rest of the month, so prepare yourself. Don't worry, I'm prepared. I don't trust like that. This is the last battle. We have to give it all, right? 15, 12. Ooh, we're getting close. 10 days. 10 days to Christmas. To Christmas. Here you go. This is... The stuff found in that abandoned factory was unexpectedly usable. Toggle this knob to adjust the intensity and then press here to... Ugh, that's dangerous. So this is the lowest intensity. No wonder the monkey took out everyone single-handedly. He's too extravagant to be used as a simple taser. If it had used it, we wouldn't have survived it at all. True. But in this case, did the owner of this gun release the monkey? It's been abandoned for a long time, and it doesn't make sense to think about it chronologically unless it's been there all along. But that wouldn't explain why the people who took over the factory left it lying around. Besides, it saved the manager a year ago, right? If it didn't end up getting out of here, how did it get into the factory? What happened back then? This is causing me a headache. Nothing adds up. We'll work on it later. We don't have time to get into this right now. Well, at least just me and that thing probably won't hurt us. I'll have Zack to thank for that. By the way, what have those guys been up to lately? There are still many things waiting to be done for that project. The seal is always disappearing, and I don't think Eloise will be able to make it. Why don't you ask them for me? That could backfire. But I guess the others are pretty busy. What's going on? Nothing, I'm just a little nervous. It happens. Come on, take a deep breath with me. Exhale. Inhale. Stop it. I'm teaching you a valuable life lesson here. One can only do one thing and well at a time. So if you're too busy worrying about other nonsense, what will happen to your main task? That's true, but I don't see people as cabbages like you do. Ah, well, you don't usually have access to this place. Don't worry, the so-called officials are just mortals with high hats. Since they have ears and mouths, we have a way out. Sounds like a criminal manifesto. From another perspective, this could be called a flexible approach. I'm perfectly aware of your philosophy when it comes to life. There's no need to remind me. That's right. Besides, you know why we're here, don't you? So many audits in 1 month. That guy's requests are always pretty challenging. You and I wouldn't be able to do something that difficult on our own. That's why we're standing here together, so please don't feel sorry for yourself, detective. Are you sure you want to continue calling me a detective? You're really getting into this, aren't you? So what's next for our company representative, Mr. Justin? What's next? It's time for the audiences to see how exciting our game will be. 24, we're on dates. No matter how strange the journey, time doesn't stand still for Zack. The young, temperamental teen leans against the pillar. He presses his forehead against the cold metal to keep himself up on his feet. He needs to be ready for what comes next. Still not here yet? This decoy should do the trick. In Zack's opinion, the store manager's plan is crude and simplistic, but it looks like it might just work. Look, crude and simplistic sometimes is better than complicated. No matter what, he knows someone will try and stop him. In the final moments of last year, he experienced what spiritual transformation really means. If Dan saw the same images, it's clear how he will act. Which expression should I wear? How should I act when I face him? Zack keeps asking himself. Obviously, anger towards Dan drives him, but there are other underlying feelings as well. This isn't just about winning or losing. On a deep emotional level, Zack feels like Dan owes him some answers. Dan has never mentioned a reason for his vile actions. Zack is scared that if he doesn't find out, he'll end up missing something important and grow up to be no better than Dan. He doesn't want that to happen. Oh, don't worry, honey, you're adorable. It's not gonna happen to you. His target finally arrives. Dan looks even taller than last time, probably because you're shorter than him now. The giant man's imposing silhouette looks almost beast-like in the dark moonlight that illuminates the factory. As always, Dan has shown up unarmed, but Zack remains on high alert and won't let himself get distracted for even a second. No more slacking off. Though his throat is completely dry, Zack swallows out of sheer nervousness and clenches his sweaty fists. He doesn't want to show any fear, especially not now. It's amazing how much effort you put into repairing that piece of junk. What a vivid imagination. You're really full of yourself, huh? Are you proud of yourself for not even giving us a chance to fight? It sounds like you haven't given this much thought. You want to wait until the whole world is on fire before cozying up in a time machine? What other option is there? Do you want us to point shotguns at your head again? Take a look at yourself. Just how naive are you? You're too far gone. Now, Dan is nothing more than a monster that just happens to have a humanoid shape. His face is barely visible, and Zack only recognizes him because of the repulsive scent that accompanies him whenever he goes. Come on, why so rude? I would say I'm looking mighty fine and in good shape today, wouldn't you agree? Unlike those two lucky brats, I had to work 1,000 times harder to get this thing to work. It's easy once you get used to it. Maybe you should give it a try. You know, at first I thought you may just be a victim too. Turns out I couldn't have been more wrong. Nothing about you is human anymore. Neither your body nor your brain. Such comments make Dan break out in thunderous condescending laughter. So what? Before I turned into this, I was trying to do the right thing. Trying to fix things. Just like you are right now. What do you do with an alien machine that you don't understand except pray to it like a primitive caveman? I don't know, destroy it? Analyze it? Consume it for power? That's a bunch of options, really. Dan being the one to initiate a conversation is unexpected. Zack tries his best to hide his nervousness. Oh yeah, the photos Neko posted online sure seem to be useful. Considering the fact there is supposedly nothing we can do, you sure spend a lot of your free time making special trips just for us. You're full of yourself, but you should really learn to think before you speak. How could you not know what I've been through? Even if I'm starting to forget now, I still remember a lot of things you've done. Saying this reminds Zack of just mean, and he regrets having said anything. He swallows the bitter taste in his mouth and continues. I think it's safe to say the intricacies of that thing in the basement are no secret to either of us. Great heroic lines, you little punk. How long have you been rehearsing that script? You know, I keep seeing your face every time I go to sleep. It's what's been driving me all this time. That's kinda gay, sweetie. In a true soldier's hands, a blade and a gun are equally dangerous. The gun is just slightly faster though. Zack grasps the object in his pocket and steps out of the shadows to face Dan. I don't want to be a coward anymore. Oh, but you are. And you always will be. You'll change your mind soon enough. No matter how many times I fail, I will come back here and tell you the same thing over and over again. The machine downstairs seems to be malfunctioning, and the beeps echoing through the room are growing increasingly louder. This gives Zack the last bit of courage he needs to irritate his opponent. Cared to guess how many times this has happened before. Dan arches his body slightly, as if he wasn't actually playing serious until now. This one little movement completely changes the atmosphere. There is no turning back now. Zack's neck stiffens. He's determined to keep Dan in his direct line of sight. I hope you understand what you're doing. Yeah, I do. So well, in fact, I can't help but feel like a fool for not having done this earlier. No regrets then, huh? I don't want to hear you complain. You won't. The stoic type. I like that. Well, you Just die. And just like that, Zack swings his fist one last time. I guess this is my exercise for the year. Once again, I wipe the sweat off my forehead and lean against the railing to catch my breath. This is Mato Metropolitan Tower, the tallest building in the entire city. Something somebody once said to me made me decide to climb this tower. There is no elevator to the top, making it a journey that my knees may never forgive me for in this lifetime. You really need to smoke less. The security corridor is completely empty, also the occasional cigarette butt or two laying in a corner on the lower floors, but I'm so high up now that everything looks as if no one else has been here before. We've all seen buildings like these get hijacked in movies countless of times. Though corporate espionage is hard to prevent, companies never skimp on money for security. Buildings like these have security companies keeping a watchful eye on them day and night. However, it's Christmas, and even those with the most thankless jobs need some time to breathe and be with their families. That's why today the security measures are nowhere near as tight as they usually are. Or maybe there's another reason security is so lax. The security door to the rooftop is unlocked. I push it open and stare up into a ray of moonlight. I am greeted only by the wind and a long figure standing there in silence. You're late, manager. Don't say that. It's not like we had an appointment. But we did, in a way. Would you not say so? You and I have had a lot of business together. Now the time has come for some closure for the both of us. It took me a while to shake the feeling of disgust I felt after I found out you've been using me as your pawn all along. Once I did that, the job became easier. What is with that line in the textbooks? Like, it also appears on this side. Did they move the sprites a little bit and it's not covering the black? For some reason, it looks like that. That is nice. It should be easy. I did not pay you any salary after all. I can't see anything suspicious yet. I approach him with the utmost caution, ready for anything. I was a wanted man around the world for a whole year, all because of you and your ridiculous plan. You don't possibly expect me to be thankful for that, do you? But you met some marvelous people and made friends as a result, did you not? If it meant sheltering them from all this madness, I would gladly choose not to know any of them. You asking such a question and actually meaning it only shows that your brain is twisted. You got off the rails. You can say whatever you want, I won't stop you. Just know that at this point, nothing you say or do is of any consequence. It is futile to waste your time thinking about what-if scenarios. You sound pretty convinced that you've won already. Indeed I do, because I know that you can't stop me. So now you pretend I'm just a fool who lacks common sense, is that it? What a sudden change of tone. Yet it is true, as beings bound by time and shackled to its whims, our brains are too young, too naive to be considered special in any way, shape or form. Yeah, I'm actually pretty proud of who I am. Then I dare you to use that proud little brain of yours. It shall soon become apparent even to you that victory has long been decided. He doesn't pay attention to my movements at all. He just stands still, snipping his fingers. The indescribable color emerges in front of him once again and begins to expand. Hi, horrors. You're very colorful, horrors, just so you know. It looks much larger than ever before, a restless swirl of rhythmic colors all over its surface. Despite the cold gust of wind blowing across the rooftop, a burning sensation clings to my eyes and my skin, and I can't shake it off. Our worst fears are starting to become reality. I'm scared to even think about how many lives are being taken all over the city right now. I should have known something was seriously wrong for the moment that hole opened up at the River's Arbion platform. Oh please, I would not have allowed you to settle at Hermitage if I had not been 100% sure you were the right one. What a way of putting it, you really had it all planned out, right down to your whole act. What about your old friends you kept talking about? That was just more bullshit you fed me, wasn't it? Not at all, they actually exist, or rather existed. Quite an interesting bunch, I have to say. Thanks to them, I was able to search the planet for the right signs. My immaculate vision would not have come through so easily if it had not been for their help. They were on the right path, but their knowledge was lacking. The devil is in the details, as you know. They were but a few baby steps away from success, yet when I tried to help point them in the right direction, I ran into some difficulties. Everyone went crazy before the ritual was finished, which had to do with that lack of fuel, obviously. My honest reaction to that. And what is your plan this time? Do you want to let this colorful cloud of yours drain the whole city dry like you did a year ago? The closer it is to being complete and fully nurtured, the less it thirsts for lives. However, its mature form possesses another really important characteristic. And you have your very dedicated friends to thank for that. Oh god fucking damn it, stop going to the sky. A grand darkness is blooming in the city, covering almost the entire building. The sudden outburst lasts for only a short moment, and it is much less aggressive than in the past. After a few quick flashes of lightning, the sky goes silent again. My eyes aren't that easily deceived. The darkness doesn't belong to the night. It is an illusion whose only purpose is to hide something evil. Though the light of the moon and stars is glowing faintly through this dark veil, it is still nothing more than a poor imitation of the real thing. Do you know? The id that appears in our historical records over the ages is the same being. It is spatio-temporarily continuous, something that was born infinite times and has died just as many deaths. But it always maintains the same characteristics, which is why it has been studied by civilization after civilization through the ages. Standing on the shoulders of my unfortunate predecessors, I had an idea. Since it isn't limited by space and time, could it be possible that every possible moment at whatever location is connected to this being? Think of it as a makeshift string telephone. If someone talks into one side of the cup, to the other side, the other side to which the string is attached makes a sound. In a way, the talking is happening in two different spatial locations at the same time. That's technically not how telephones work, but okay. What if this same theory of talking can be applied to rituals? If it existed long enough, it would be everywhere at once in the universe. In that case, we would not be dealing with two different spatial locations at the same time. We would be dealing with all the spatial locations at all times. Everything, everywhere, all at once, if you will. With the tools I have at my disposal, I can use people's fears and their despair to light a beacon on the planet, to light the way for the great being I want to attract. But this beacon needs to be so unbelievably bright, it's simply not possible to make it all come together at the same point in time. This is my purpose. I had to find a way. I need this beacon to be however big it needs to be. The destruction of Tora was just a tiny speck of light, a small spark in the grand scheme of things. Its shadow is still far away, lingering in the sky, and the light of a small city can only draw it so far. This beautiful world is so fragile that time and space would disintegrate and planets would collapse before the beacon reaches the necessary brightness. So I decided to do this step by step. By using the fracture in space and time to initiate rituals at different points in time to attract this great being, and simultaneously allowing them to happen here, I can gather fuel in a relatively safe and stable environment. It is here that the real actual beacon is being lit. It has not arrived yet and is still laying in wait on the other side of the gate. People will see this gate being thrown down. They will bear witness as everything around them deteriorates and crumbles, thus providing me with a constant stream of fear. All of this sounds unbelievably complicated, doesn't it? You cannot imagine the time and effort I put into setting this up. The imagery his twisted plan conjures up in my mind sends shivers on my spine. Why persist for so long? Because of the deal that was made, the promise that was given. I spent most of my life studying the ancients and their successful exchange of words with beings far greater than us, until I finally realized that their appetite is more insatiable than anyone who came before me even realized. What was promised? The life of the person I love the most. Really? All of this for whoever the fuck you're in love with? I mean, would I bring the end of the world and horrifying eldritch abominations for a reason like that? Probably. Do I think it's right? No, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm a hypocrite. I am not some great scholar, nor am I part of some mystical esoteric religion. I had a job as a teacher in Lucerne, had friends, family. If things had turned out different, I'm sure I would have grandchildren by now. You know as well as I do that nobody respects a lunatic who squats in alleys and chants completely confused. I want to stay away from all of those weird stories, the occult and the esoteric. I wasn't going to let desperation drive me there. But in the end, as I come to it, it is what it takes to... If this is what it takes to bring her back from the dead, so be it. Nothing else matters. So that's when you started praying to them. Believe me, I tried. Prayers don't work. They aren't gods, they are just another collective group of beings that exist far outside the realm of our awareness. To us they appear mysterious and all-powerful, but that is not how they see themselves. They do not want to rule, they have no concept of domination. What we think of them and our perception of them is absolutely worthless. A single-minded search would never lead anywhere. Some of them have their own rules and judgments. A codex so strange it makes no sense to us. It is not up to us to understand it, but to accept it. Ah yes, the blue and orange morality, as they say. Is that why a pact has to be made? Reason and knowledge help me see the way. That is the one thing I have Mother Civilization to thank for. You did what you did without hesitation, while lacking important information. I dare say reason and rationality are in your stronger suits. They are like incredibly complex functions, and I look for answers to them in all sorts of ways. I have to rely on experience from the results to slowly make sense of it all, like a primitive barbarian. That is what they offer. And you're willing to sacrifice everything for it. Like I said, our strengths and values are worthless, but who knows what they are thinking. I'm starting to understand a little, I think. But there must be a more important reason, right? Despite the fact that he keeps mentioning reason and speak clearer than he has ever done before, every word that comes out of this man's mouth reeks with the stench of madness, a madness no amount of fancy words could hide. An axe murderer in a neat suit and tie is still an axe murderer at the end of the day. American Psycho reference. I haven't uttered a single lie, not about my origin, not about my love. I have never stopped loving my sweet Leonie. She was the gentlest soul of all, and if you had known her you would understand my devotion. It's just that having seen things for what they are and their actual scope, this place is no longer big enough for me. Is that what you want to do? To run away from the world you're from? Leave it all behind? No, I just want to transform it into a more eye-opening place. I don't like the sound of that. The roles will be chaotic, a order will be reserved, an environment much better suited to host what we can't grasp, a price well worth paying. Even if that price includes everything we know. I don't think I need to repeat myself. Dude. He's so fucked up. You've shown your true colors. I can tell you're being honest just now. Now, I can be absolutely sure you're nothing more than a sadistic idiot. Moral judgment now. So what if I am? It changed nothing. Huh, of course it does. Just like this. I pull up the cube that I've been carrying around all this time and press the button on it as I point it at the deliverer. The white light is as dazzling as ever, and it pierces the air with a roar that sounds like an electric whip cracking against the ground. Its bundled energy thrown towards its target. It also looks hilarious. Ugh. He's hit full force and his body turns stiff, sparks flying across it. In less than half a second, he has turned blacker than carbon. His slim body falls to the ground. He reeks of burnt organic matter, a vile stench I instinctively frown at. It actually worked. It is a little early to be making that kind of declaration. What? Oh, you're back. He steps out of a dark corner and stands beside his tattered body, giving it a light kick with his foot. The target I hit is bubbling all over, its fur crumbling into a flowing mass. This is not how a human body would react to a hit like that. That was a great shot. It's probably going to stay down for a while. You've been using this as a stand-in! You were in a similar situation yourself just a month ago. It seems a little inappropriate for you to be surprised by something like this, don't you think? Fuck off. I admit I am a little disappointed if this is truly all you have prepared. Do you have any further tricks up your sleeve now that it has all come to this? Or did you never even think you would come this far? How about you take a guess? Get him. Black shadows sweep over me and wrap themselves around my body hot. Let go of me. My struggle is futile, and the black fleshy mass isn't budging so much as an inch, its iron grip around me growing tight and hot. The disparity in power between man and monster is so great that once you lose the upper hand for even a second, the outcome is basically decided. My apologies, but things are about to begin. He snaps his fingers at the sky as he speaks. Ripples go through the darkness around us before it starts to change. No incantations, no prayers, no eccentricities of any kind. His style is unlike any other practicing scholar I've ever met. Concise, dry, and utterly emotionless. His sole focus lies in reaching his ultimate goal. He doesn't expect me to understand, but he himself has no doubts. His resolve never falters. That's the scariest thing about him. The lanky foreigner opens and closes his mouth, as if he were speaking to something that isn't there. The aggressive waves in the air reverse their direction and disappear without a trace. My head, however, is fiercely pulsating, like it's trying to warn me of a danger of unfathomable proportions that is rapidly approaching. Please, just stay right where you are. I make sure to save you a fantastic seat. He turns his head and leisurely gives me a slight tip of his hat. After all, staying where you are and not doing anything is the smartest choice you could make at this point. And we're back with Zack, I guess. Another sharp piece of metal flies right past Zack's scalp. It's a steel pipe that is now buried in the pillar next to him. A regular old steel pipe wouldn't be that scary in itself, but the fact that it pierces a solid concrete pillar is easily enough to make him gulp. Zack doesn't linger in the same spot for long, and the next wave of attacks quickly follows. He rolls across the ground to evade them. This time, a whole pillar comes down. It crashes to the ground with the force of a cannonball, spinning and bouncing several times until it disappears out of Zack's sight. Dan clearly hasn't been aiming properly, or rather he's been teasing Zack all this time. He's been hanging around the same spot, throwing every object he can find in Zack's direction. This is obviously far beyond the power of a normal human being. Zack feels like he's playing hide and seek with a living tank. Although he is more familiar with the terrain and quicker on his feet, he can't shake the feeling of helplessness that dominates his subconscious. What's going on, huh? Show me how fast you are. Shit, spare me your small talk. Let's talk more action. A cable reel roars towards Zack and with the velocity of a rocket launcher. He dodges it, but its heavy side wheel hits his left shoulder. You've been running around like a nimble little monkey. Do you feel so at home at this place already? If only you knew. A factory is no place for children to play in. Watch out for collapsing ceilings. The ceiling does not fully collapse, so the heavy concrete pillars are broken free from the cables. It all comes crashing down, ready to crush anything beneath it. It is a trap, one that's supposed to bring this encounter with Dan to a swift and violent end. Dan notices, but that doesn't stop him. Crap. Zack can hear his companion cursing. The deputy who has been hiding in the shadows is the one who triggered the trap. In addition to helping the store manager with the production of the item, Cecile, Zack, and Justin spent over 2 weeks gathering materials and setting everything up inside the factory so they would have enough tricks up their sleeve for this particular encounter. Limited in the number of uses and not exactly accurate is the only way to fight an opponent as rash and fearless as this. Sorry, doesn't seem like it's high enough. Justin is standing in the shadows on one side of the broken pillar debris and quietly apologizes to Zack. Don't worry, we got other options. You're pretty good with traps. I'm impressed. When did you learn all this? From a TV show? Can you believe that? You're a good learner then. If you like it so much, I'm sure this will impress you as well. In sync with Zack's words, Justin pulls a second rope. This time a spear made of numerous sharpened steel pipes ramps down from the opposite direction. While coming up with this plot, Zack didn't forget Dan's physical abilities. Zack knows not to bet all your chips on the same thing, which is why he and his companions have laid out a series of traps all along the route. This whole setup would be enough to hunt down an elephant. In fact, the improvised crossbow frame for firing the steel pipes even uses slick spring plates recovered from old trucks. The projectile poundage is hard to measure, but the damn sure is heavy. Strangely enough, it seems as if Dan has no intention of moving out of the way at all. How cute. What is that? The massive bolt does indeed pierce through Dan, but he doesn't move. The wound causes a massive kinetic energy, the wound caused by the massive kinetic energy neither bleeds nor is it torn open. Instead, the projectile smoothly pierces through him, as if it met with no resistance at all. Dan chuckles as he reaches out and bends the exposed part to break it off. Zack can't even begin to imagine where the rest of the projectile that Dan swallowed has gone. Useless. My honest reaction to that? Despite all the obstacles separating himself from his opponent, Zack is sweating profusely. Dan, however, ignores Zack and looks up at the ceiling with a piercing gaze. All that heat. Looks like there's something going up there too, isn't that right? What do you say? You heard me. I know exactly why you lead me right into this very spot. Crap, you knew all along. You're obviously stalling for time. There aren't enough distractions for me to not notice that. But you know what, boy? Feel free to stall as long as you want. I'm enjoying myself. I rarely get a chance to enjoy myself this much, so of course I want this to last a little longer. Arrogant and overconfident as always, huh? There's still plenty of fun to go around, don't worry about that. Everyone has their limits, kiddo. I'm not saying I'm the exception to that rule. What I'm saying is that you consider to be the limit is where the fun starts for me. Or are these cowards on the sidelines your big genius plan? Intimidated by Dan's smoking statements, Zack doesn't respond. The others are laying in wait, holding their breath, waiting for their chance to strike. Zack knows how worthless their attempts would be without the element of surprise. Responding would mean admitting it, but staying stubborn wouldn't change a thing. What's with that mean look in your eyes? I'm sorry, I thought for a second you had a grand plan to prey on the predator, but I underestimated just how simple you are. Even if they were once your companions, you don't actually think these abominable monsters will be your friends in the long run, do you? Come on, be realistic, some changes can be reverted. You're one to talk, that's the exact reason you don't have any friends, right? Enough of this. Let's see who's preying on who, shall we? In sync with Zack's threat, the ambushers rise up and reveal their weapons. They aren't in a good position to attack. Zack knows they will try to swarm Dan, taking advantage of their height and unusually large bodies to overwhelm him. Momentum and speed are often key in a fight, much more so than thorough strategy. These street gangs, delinquents may have forgotten many things, but their way of survival is engraved in their bones. Even transformed, they are still as resistant as ever, despite the fact that they are very different from their past selves. They are still driven by the courageous heat blazing in their hearts. Yeah. Perhaps to boost morale or to intimidate their enemy, they keep roaring with their deep rumbling voices. The sound no longer bears any resemblance to a human voice, and Zack plants his feet firmly on the ground, resisting the instinctive fear welling up inside him. What now, big guy? How about it? Dan's reaction is not at all what Zack imagined. Even in the face of impending danger, Dan has always laughed it off so far. This time he isn't smiling, and his expression is cold and serious. His ominous silence freezes the air, and after what feels like an eternity, he speaks again. Listen up, kid. I'll explain something to you about what it means to be human. Humans have brains, they can use tools, they can form families, they can get together and form groups, they have to eat, drink, rest, and sleep. Such is the burden of being human. But those guys, they're different. They no longer have a place in society. Nothing is waiting for them out there in this cold world, and as long as they are wearing that skin, they will never be able to live as normal human beings. They will be hunted down, despised by all. There's only one way out of this, and that is to give up this old identity and build a new home. If anyone tries to get in the way of that, they will be killed. That is the way of life of anything alien in this world. Things may have been different in the past, but now that we unquestionably rule the world, there is no room to make peace. There is no middle ground. It's survival of the fittest. Oh, don't come at me with that bullshit. That misreading evolutionary theory bullshit. Funny, you don't strike me as someone who would choose to choose the underdog side. I'm not, but she is. That little girl is much more advanced than any of you. Jasmine? Can she still have a normal life after being influenced by that thing? Have you ever asked yourself that? You probably don't even really care about her, do you? Why do you care so much about a little girl, Dan? Can you not be weird about the little girl? Like, I usually am 100% into the older man being weird about the little girl, but you're being really weird about the little girl. Like, not even in a fun way, in a weird way, in a weird way. You only think about yourself. You're like that, I am like that, everyone is. There's no real difference between us. That's why this world is so cruel. Tell me what a place like this is worth if it doesn't even take mercy on a child. Dan, I hate to break this to you. You're a soldier. You know how many things don't take mercy on children, or the elderly, or women, or pregnant women, or pregnant people in general, or people who can't defend themselves for whatever reason. Okay, we're back. I don't know why that happened. Sorry about it. Like, the internet literally just cut off for some god awful reason. Who the fuck restarted the router? I feel like somebody restarted the router. Fucking okay, sure. Right by the end. Okay. Where did I finish? What I didn't finish reading? It's not because of Dan sweats, it's because of something that has started happening outside the window without him noticing. Okay, thank you. Let's continue. Like nothing happened, swear to God. A strange presence is speaking inside. The realization suddenly hits Zach, although he can't even perceive what exactly it is. He doesn't know what it is, all he knows is that it exists. Cold sweat is dripping from his body. Someone ignorant to it all may not have felt a thing, but Zach heard the store manager talk about the plan. Because of that, he can only think of one thing that must be happening out there, and it's terrifying. Look, seems like you've already failed. What exactly are you two planning to do? Don't bunch me together with that rambling loon. I don't care what he thinks, I just need his results. Once everything turns to chaos and the laws of time cease to exist, things will happen all on their own. By then, Jasmine won't have to worry about the secret she's been carrying with her any longer. And you're willing to destroy everything just for that. Enough is enough, I won't let you take out that wave too. The giant man breaks the steel pipe off the wall and throws it out like a javelin. It grazes Zuck's skull and flies out of sight. Zuck's companions seem startled by the attack and fear begins to bubble up inside him. If you want to side with them, go ahead. Try and be friends with them, but this naivete will get you killed. If not today, then tomorrow. There will be retribution. His back is to the wall. Zuck grits his teeth and tries to keep a clear head, pushing dark thoughts aside. Don't talk as if you've been holding back all this time. You'll get what's coming to you, and soon enough, don't you worry. Let's go then. They won't be able to turn this situation if they keep letting Dan random like this. After weighing his options, Zuck decides that there is only one way to go, and his companions seem to be thinking the same thing. Zuck's half-human, half-fish companions leap high into the air and throw themselves at the laughing man. The difference in strength would usually make this a suicide mission, but they seem to be betting on their strength in numbers. The smallest of openings would be enough to start targeting Dan's vital spots. The former delinquents, formerly all brawn over brains, have developed an understanding of tactics and know that working together is key. This means everyone, without exception, is on the move. Zack picks up a crowbar from the ground and rushes towards Dan. You punks don't really think you can beat me like this, do you? For the first time, Dan's expression changes as he faces the assault. He looks up with narrowed eyes, most likely to count the number of incoming attackers. There is no doubt that he completely miscalculated Zack's intentions. It's finally time to pay for every single despicable deed he has done. Zack clutches his weapon tightly as his feet hit the ground running. Now, Cecile! Huh? What's that sound? Without warning, the floor in front of Zack turns into a magnificent, bright display of fireworks. Cecile looks down at the button she just pressed with a baffled expression. Beads of sweat are dripping from her forehead. Zack never said just how big the explosion was going to be. Is that maybe a bit too much? You know what I've always despised? People who choose not to face their unknown, using meaningless terms such as awe and respect as an excuse. Those people are fools, giving in to their ignorance. I know that whatever power is out there, no matter how grand, I can take advantage of it simply by upholding my rational thinking. It does not matter how small and weak I am, I will never have to bow down to worship anything or anyone. At least that used to be my way of thinking until I experienced all of this. It was in that moment that I realized that worshipping greatness has nothing to do with pride or right or wrong. Ultimately, worship is actually the nature of all wisdom. Are you trying to justify all of this somehow? Nah, this isn't of no importance to me. He's standing at the edge of the rooftop, staring into the distance as if to reminisce about past events. When I first observed it and beheld its splendor, I was a little luckier than the others, seeing as I did not fall unconscious. It was deep in the dense jungle of a remote and uninhabited mountain range, at a lake where we performed a small-scale ritual to experiment with the methods we find in ancient scriptures. In fact, it did not appear in a physical sense at all. We merely glimpsed it swimming between dimensions through the reflection created by the ritual on the water's surface. Projecting a small hint of its existence was enough to evaporate most of the lake. It was nowhere near as clear back then as it is right now. It took me so long to perfect this, so long to interpret things in the right way so as to not repeat the foolish mistakes of those that came before me. I have paved the way for it successfully. This shape, I like to refer to it as the answer itself. You may not believe this, but it is utterly perfect, infallible, immaculate. You cannot even begin to imagine. It is so bullshit that it is DLC for Persona 5, for the Persona 3 re-release. The answer, I mean, which they renamed to the original Japanese name. Which is different from the answer. The answer was for the English release. In the midst of this storm of ecstasy, I can feel the cosmos all around me paying attention to this very event. There are so many beings throughout the universe who, like me, sacrifice everything to finally see, to catch a glimpse of it. I am not alone. Just like me, they are seekers of purpose, and many of them have abandoned their superficial pretensions long before me, offering up all they have and all they are in search of it. It the clown, probably. They're clown fuckers. I saw dialogue with them, and some of them responded. Our thoughts converged in that reflection, communicating with each other. It was then that I truly realized how narrow-minded and outdated my way of thinking was in the past. I analyzed the work of others to find out where they had failed, digging deeper into the secrets than they had ever dared. Even if their rituals never fully succeeded in one place, the sum of them can transcend the limits of the world's capacity and make it a reality. Every ritual is meaningful in that sense. This will be an encounter never witnessed before, never to be witnessed again. I am afraid my mortal body of flesh and blood will never suffice for even the smallest step of this plan. I have a limited lifespan and my knowledge is nothing in the grand scheme of things. All I carry with me is an idea. This explains his appearance. The bizarre ripples pulsating on and around his body are proof that he has left humanity behind. I try to extend my right hand, but the black mass wrapped around me senses it instantly. It tightens its grip and wrenches my fingers away, possibly knocking the cube out of my hand. He doesn't seem particularly concerned about this sudden outburst, and patiently waits for his sinister assistant to finish its work before resuming his speech as if nothing happened. In order to accomplish my ultimate goal, I borrowed these very effective helpers. As far as help is concerned, theirs is not rooted in Samaritan's generosity. Once more, it is an investment. If I fail to prove my worth and I am unable to produce the wanted results, I lose all value to them. In that case, these two servants will be the first to abandon me. I can no longer discern between myself and these abominations of black flesh. Who is who? I am afraid the deeper I go, the closer certain doom encroaches. I am a liar, a filthy liar. My rituals are nowhere near as elaborate as those conducted in the past. Is all of this a deception in the eyes of it? The more I think about that and the closer I step towards the inevitable, the bigger my fear of it grows. But after tonight, this nightmare too shall end. He points at the sky above him, with a look of melancholic nostalgia in his eyes. It is the look of someone who is reuniting with their closest friend, one last time on their deathbed, filled with deep affection. When I caught a glimpse of the black seas of infinity, I finally understood one thing. No, never mind. That has nothing to do with you. God damn it! Would it kill you to tell me what you were? These people not telling me their names, don't telling me their points, they're all so annoying. He stops talking altogether, but I have bigger things to worry about right now. I don't know exactly how long it has been since his last ritual, although the most recent one was a Torah that was recent only for me. I am not sure of the chronological order in which he acted, though his first ritual was long ago. Just a short instance of time travel is already very disorienting, and I can't imagine how someone who is used to it perceives the concept of sequences. Repeated, incomplete rituals at different points in time, brought together by a presence across time and space. That's the plan he just told me about, but time isn't everything. Every single ritual requires energy, a source of fuel, so to speak, in order to work. He only knows how to use fear to brighten the beacon, and always leaves an entry point for the empty space in front of him to connect to space and time right before the ritual fails due to the lack of energy. Teaching the villagers back then, as well as the shipwreck in Manila, must have required all sorts of arduous, painstaking preparation. Even his ritual at Torah, which came to a tragic and violent end, was delayed by 3 whole years, all because of the interference of a bunch of kids. These rituals must be incredibly hard to pull off. Him standing here right now is proof of all he has done and of everywhere he's been, of every time he's been to too. He lets out a calm sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden has been lifted off his shoulders. 3 minutes to midnight. Just a few decades ago, it would have been so much harder to attract enough attention at this hour. But times have changed rapidly, and so have the patterns of human behavior. It seems modern man has all but abandoned the concept of day and night. The combined experience of so many generations, the bright minds of so many humans, all culminating in this urban jungle that never sleeps. Who would have thought that this crowning achievement would one day be the cause of their downfall? Most people considering, pollution. You speak like you have respect for life, but to me your words are a mockery. I can sense the malice in them. That is because I do not like it here at all. Or allow me to rephrase that, I deeply despise this city. The people had a chance to realize the truth as I did, but they were overwhelmed by the details of prosperity, lured by the shallow promise of superficial comfort, and they gladly succumbed to it without a hint of resistance. What are you, like an alt-right guy? Suffering doesn't make life better, honey. At the smallest side of something just a tiny bit bigger, better, smarter, greater than them, people instantly become blind, proud, and irreverent, and willing to accept an even higher level of truth. Set in their ways and satisfied with their puny existence, in their eyes they already have enough miracles. Look down at this city. All of these splendid little lies are just another charade of arrogance. Once a being that is transcendence itself is revealed, they will all realize they were ants trapped inside their pathetic little anthill all this time. They have long made their choice, whether knowingly or not. What's done is done, and their role now is simply to serve as the light that ushers in the ultimate truth. You seem very certain of what you're doing. Such is the difference between us. You lack vision and determination. The gap between us is more apparent than ever. The use of words end here. If there is any doubt left in your mind, let what happens next tell you everything. He turns away, never to look at me again. The darkness pulsing in the vast sky has reached a greater scale by now. I realize what this means, even though I can't see it clearly yet. It is the same presence, the same apparition in the sky that brought doom and despair down on Tora during the city's final moments. Without Dan's passageway and Jasmine's last push, I would have been able to see more of what was going to happen after. I never did, and I can't help but think that despite my morbid curiosity, it was for the best. The light that appears before us is different this time. It is still dense with something deeply unsettling, but the true fear comes from more personal experience, from one's own dreadful imagination of what will happen next. Having experienced it before, it is easy to sense that something is missing this time. It is no doubt powerful, but somehow it still feels less oppressive than the soul. At Tora, I felt like a sea anemone discovering a whale swimming overhead for the first time. Now it is still a whale, but it's more like looking at a picture of it rather than it actually being there. These images, they're also part of your deception, aren't they? To us, the logic of it is chaotic and impossible to grasp. It acts more like a natural disaster that sweeps everything away. It has never chosen to start anything and never known what it means to stop, and perhaps it just doesn't care. It is impossible for me to directly use its arrival to ignite the shining light of fear. All sense of order on Earth as we know it will dissipate into nothingness long before that. Emotions such as fear will drift away into insignificance, thus interrupting the core principle of the ritual. A paradox, if you will. That is why I need its shadow. I need the idea of its existence, not the fact. This will allow me to drain enough fear from this city. It draws itself across 3 dimensions. It is indeed a trick, the deception, as you so bluntly put it. Afterwards things will go their pure, unadulterated way, as was always intended. Do you expect a thank you from me for being so honest? You speak of honesty as if it's such a high virtue. Lies are just a tool, and everyone in this city will be deceived by me, just like you. I know all about your petty tricks now. Yes, so what? What's done is done. Even if I confess every single thing to you, nothing changes. Everything has been decided, so what could you possibly do? Say it now. Please take a close look. Stop lying to yourself. Do you see? It has already begun. As he speaks, the sky changes once again. The darkness that fills the sky is distorting the light, like a curtain obscuring the view. The cloud starts to fade away and the night sky clears as the sound of a bell rings out. Though there are still a few clouds left above, nothing about them looks remotely natural. Structures emerge, strange shapes descending from above. Initially there are circles, many of them, without luminescence, without reflection, these pure perfectly round circles shimmer in the sky, going on and on and on, forming a strand of shapes eclipsing even the size of the Milky Way. The numbers are daunting beyond any measure of comprehension. They are piled on top of each other, appearing and dissipating, moving as erratically as firm scratches on an old movie screen. They completely take up the whole night sky. No doubt people out there must have noticed by now. Probably overcome with a sense of disbelief at the sight of this geometric intrusion. This flood of imagery redefines what chaos and disorder means. However, things become even more chaotic when these circles suddenly begin to show that bizarre color, a visual impact that defies our understanding of sight. Tora's nightmare resurfaces. No, this is not a tangible appearance. This whole presence is just an illusion, a faint hint of what could be. It is only observing the scene from an infinite distance away. The actual thing has not invaded this world yet, and the Deliverer's words are proof of that. Yes, it's an illusion, simply an illusion, not real. But it's still... At last, the curtain has been pulled back. That's one way to put it. Huh? Hey, look, what is that? Well, oh my god, it's gigantic. Look, there's another one up there. Another what? Is that an eye? My god, it's everywhere. Eyes everywhere. By virtue of its unfathomably size and writhing chaos, the being occupies the whole firmament. How is what you surely must be asking yourself right now. An illusion, even if it is merely a picture, is still a picture of the original, an imprint of the actual thing, so to speak. An approach a little too clumsy for my taste, but one that has proven to be effective. I never thought that you would actually make it this far. You saw what I did at Tora. Surely this cannot come as much of a surprise to you. I am fully aware that you have retrieved your memories. Your eyes cannot deceive me. Instead of the life-draining illness that generated fear back then, it will be these images this time. I am certain the effect won't be much different. I still sense a hint of modesty in your voice. Don't you think it's a little late for that, with you being the man who brought on the end of days? I'm simply happy, as you should be able to tell. Oh, believe me, I can see that. The question is, how long will that happiness last? Are you worried that I, like you, will not be able to accept annihilation? Let me assure you, I honestly do not think it is that big of a deal. Keep in mind my true goal. Having decided to break the thin boundary between life and death, it is of course perfectly normal to encounter a little confusion in the process. Do our thoughts breathe? Is there a heartbeat to what we are thinking? In the end, tying one's will to one's life has been nothing more than shallow wishful thinking from the very beginning. Bearing that in mind, there is absolutely no need for you to panic. Just think about it from a different perspective and we will soon meet again in the whole new world. No, I can't say I care about all that at all. Oh, is that so? You are proving to be more interesting than I thought you would be. Right. I'm curious to see how much longer you'll keep up the gloating. I am not sure that I understand what you mean by that. I'm just giving you some advice, that's all. Doesn't look like you prepare a backup plan for when things go wrong. Are you implying that I'm going to fail? Yes. Who knows? Surely you must be joking. The bells have chimed, the sky is overcast, and we are standing on top of the tallest building in the city. Every single detail is in accordance with the conditions required for the ritual. The path I am on leads to success. Whether you like it or not, it is only a matter of time before I get there. At the smallest sign of you trying to interfere, my partner here will be more than happy to stop you with as much force as required. Please stop. That hurts. Do you finally see the difference between us? How about putting a break on that confidence of yours? Sure, you've been meticulous in your planning, but that's not the reason you got to where you are now. There's nothing I could have done. You use trickery and powers you don't even comprehend to get to this point. I'm just a puny little human, aren't I? How great it must feel for you to have outdone me. Quite right, it seems you are starting to accept things for what they are. You cannot sway the outcome, especially not in your current unfortunate position. Yes, but I may not need to. I won't pretend to be the hippiest kid in the block, but those days are long gone. But I saw your gray hair, so tell me, when did you last browse the internet? Whoa, is this some kind of ad? Oh hey, title drop. Strange case files. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before. Do you remember? Oh yeah, now that you mention it. Wait, so that scary looking thing up there is part of the ad? Seems like it. Some new form of projection technology. It looks awesome. True wisdom never goes out of style. What you consider useless advancements is our modern-day holy grail of knowledge. You may not understand it with that twisted brain of yours, but the world has long since moved on from transmitting wisdom through physical feats. Your train of thought is as outdated as stone carvings. Nowadays, myths and miracles become carefully preserved records. People are armed with science to try to explain everything. You may consider it worthless, but it's far from it. It is the unknown that scares us. Where do you think we've been looking for more efficient methods of passing on knowledge for so many centuries? Our understanding of what things are is no longer dependent on their simple presence and witnessing them. We have come a long way, and inherent in skepticism is one of our greatest blessings. Oh, so that's what that is. Whoa, they must have timed this perfectly for Christmas Eve. A little earlier wouldn't have hurt their marketing. What? I don't know this game. Oh my god, that must be a AAA title. Just look around, it's everywhere. I've never seen an advertising campaign of this size for any game, ever. He seems a little too hype up. He must be a true geek. I can't say I know that much about that game. Me neither, but hey, this ad is really impressive. I'm tempted to go snag a copy just to see what all the fuss is about. Let's go home for now. The others are probably waiting for us to join them. Come on. Oh, yeah, you're right. Slow down. Wait for me. Go outside and look. What's up? Something big. Oh. God damn it. Couldn't you stop so I can read the messages? We have our limits as human beings, and we are indeed foolish, isolated and like knowledge. However, that's just a natural limitation of being human. While it is true that most people are not mentally prepared, the various tools we have at our disposal have filled the world with superhuman beings we couldn't have imagined in the past. Oh, look at that. This modern age has long since become a vast ocean of knowledge and information because our ears and eyes have become sensitive to everything around us, sucking up every little piece of information. I can't believe that the actual title drop is literally just a video game inside the video game that is named after the video game. That's so silly. With the current rate at which so much information is broadcasted on a daily basis, no one has the time and patience to think about whether what they've heard is true or not. We can easily manipulate how they interpret the information. I don't share your obsession and knowledge. Don't need to. Wouldn't want to. I don't need to create a false truth for myself. I can just explain what I need to an underage hacker girl, pay her 3 packs of instant noodles, and watch things take their course. I'll without leaving a trail of cold bodies, unlike you. And we are not fighting this battle alone. We have creativity. Everyone has it. It is almost an innate talent of every human being, especially when it comes to entertainment, which is a waste of time in your eyes. I remember our talks about theater and art, and you are indeed very knowledgeable. However, you never quite understood the most crucial aspect of it all. No matter which form art assumes, it is always in pursuit of reality. What's going on here? Is this the end of the world or what? How can you not know about this? Have you been living under a rock? Strange case files. That's actually promo for a game? A light show? People all over the city are now bathing in a phosphorescent light the size of which they have never seen before. Happy, intimidated, confused, all sorts of feelings circulate. Everyone is staring at it together, taking in this breathtaking, unexpected surprise. Looks kinda gross, to be honest. It looks super cool. Is the game out already? What an awesome ad. Well, what the hell is this? Among all the things that are to worry about in this world, the end of day seems to be a lower end on the list than Christmas dinner. So many people, is getting crowded. Come over here, over here. Should I maybe call the police? What shit, idiot? Huh? What's the matter? Someone just stepped on my food. You may be right in saying that the city's horizons are too small to ever contain the truth, but perhaps it is thanks to our narrow horizons that we are capable of protecting ourselves in the face of this looming reality. So basically, we win against horrors with lies. That sounds about right. No, this is not how things were supposed to be. Perhaps influenced by all of the emotions in the air, the ghastly pile of flesh that's supposed to restrain me forgets all about its task. I pull it away from me with all the strength I can muster and approach the deliverer, who is still standing at the edge of the rooftop with a troubled expression on his face. Everything you prepare makes sense. Humans are no stuff or small creatures, and even the empty shell of something they don't know is enough to fill them with fear. Even right now, the people down there are probably terrified of what they're seeing. But it's not different to them than watching a horror movie. How could you break my ritual? Who gave you this knowledge? Knowledge? That's the wrong word, I'm afraid. I am just as ignorant to all this as you were when you first met me. But that doesn't matter anymore. These days I'm able to form my own ideas. Ideas? That's just an idea of yours? Thankfully, we had a little time left after discovering your real plan. From that moment on, we focused all our efforts on preparing for it, and we made it just in time. Even if you're painfully old-fashioned and despise this modern world, you must have heard of video games, right? I've been so busy and stressed out trying to get everything done in a month that it cost me some of my precious hair. Luckily, we at Hermitage know how to do a job right. That's partially because of your help too. However, truth be told, I can't say it's the most interesting story ever told. The main character is an unlucky guy who runs into all kinds of supernatural troubles, the real deal too. He makes great friends along the way, without whom he probably wouldn't stand a chance. After successfully solving a multitude of nerve-wracking cases with his friends, all of the clues finally lead to the true evil mastermind, the Overlord hiding behind the curtain, who was the true culprit all along. His ultimate plan is to summon the great evil, a godlike entity, by holding a ritual in the center of the city on Christmas Eve. Just how corny and cliché is that? Of course, something like that can just be created from nothing. It takes time and effort, and lots of it. I pulled from my pocket the results of Scarlet and Justin's efforts and showed them to my speechless nemesis. We had to make use of all of our connections to make what you're seeing now a reality. Our ads are on the bestseller list. There are internet radio discussions of our stories, videos and articles. You name it. You could say business is booming from a marketing standpoint. The point, something big is bound to happen in the city on Christmas Eve, has always been the game's biggest gimmick. Do you think they are satisfied now? He looks down at the bustling city lights, his expression wrought with troubles. The special effects are truly remarkable. Where else would anyone ever find such a powerful projector? A projector that can put a picture across the sky above an entire city probably hasn't been invented yet. This is not an advertisement. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I really don't want to kick you while you're down, but you've been working for us for a long time. I'm almost tempted to call you our head of marketing. Though they are nothing but phantom-like images, untold mysteries dwell behind them. People can tell when something defies their understanding. It is their natural instinct to be scared of what they don't know. So what? In today's climate, when are we ever not afraid of something? Throughout times, humans have learned to cope with the fear of the unknown. We all deal with it in our own way. Some of us just write fan fiction. This is just another experience for to these people. New entertainment products are released every day. We love to come up with ways to distract ourselves through fear or fun. When tomorrow's news report comes on, something else will have happened somewhere on the globe that will trouble people far more than a fancy video game ad. You are saying they can just ignore all of these. That is simply ridiculous. How illogical. Don't fry your brain over this. Logic has nothing to do with it. It's simply the way we humans are. We are like ostriches in that we love to bury our head in the sand at the smallest sign of stress or pressure. That's how we cope with reality. Duh. Oh, that's a very good... This is a very good CG. You can't possibly wake up someone who is only pretending to be asleep. I just gave all these people an excuse to keep lying to themselves. Don't look down on the hopelessness of modern man. It's an underestimation you'll pay dearly for. This light is... It's already started. Are you sure you'll be fine? Someone is bound to notice something's wrong. As long as it doesn't cause widespread panic, it won't attract the real thing. At least that's what the professor said. We've come this far already, so let's trust his judgment on this one. When did you start calling that man Professor? Ah, what do you mean? It's okay, never mind. I guess I just didn't expect his solution to a problem of this magnitude to be so absurd. He pulled me straight out of class and made me skip school just so I could help prepare this for him. I've never seen him so insistent before. Well, you never complain about it, did you? Of course not. I believe in you. I trust you. I think you're much better at handling these situations than I am. I admire that. I am. Everyone is doing their best. I'm just trying to help out as much as I can. And that's it. And that's it. Cecile. It's exactly why I never complained. There seems to be some big news. Blog posts have been popping up all over the place. I promised you, didn't I? It's awesome. I thought you guys were just bragging. No, when I say there's something, I mean it. You think we deserve the whole sky for a simple fluke. I'll let you in on a little secret. When you told me you wanted to change the whole game from the ground up, I was pretty tempted to blackmail you. Can't say that surprises me. I would have probably had the same idea. Anyway, Atroza, you know what you're doing. Remember to tell Justin he still owes me dinner. Sure thing, but tell me, what made you decide to agree to this? 6 years ago, there was a spill from a chemical plant near here. My mother was one of the victims. If the verdict had been delayed any longer, our family would have been crushed by the medical bills. It is still a touchy topic in the community to this day. I'm indebted to the man who made the rounds to talk to the victims. I even thought of running away from home to learn from him at one point. A little too late for it now, I guess. So he's done this before. He's got charisma, you know. He talked me into helping you. That sounds just like him. I don't know why he changed jobs. You should talk to him. You should have a talk to him about. You should have a talk with him. If anyone's able to persuade him, it's you. There's always a story to be told, and the truth has to come out sometime at some point. I know. We'll do our best. We certainly will. I'll go take a few more pictures. A story that must be told. It's a never-ending one, if you ask me. Congratulations, your plan was a big success, right? Thanks to you, we wouldn't have been able to pull this off without your help. And we enjoy selling more books. It's certainly more fun to do something if everyone makes a profit from it. And truth be told, we are very interested in the advertising agency you're working with. You're interested in their technology, right? It's pretty much the same thing. The whole performance just now was really intimidating. I'll ask around for you, but they have some special requirements that probably can't be solved with money. Is it a big secret? Please do me a favor and don't ask me any more questions about that. Well, suffice it to say that I envy you. Envy me, although we were able to make a small splash this time, we are still far from being as astute as you are in terms of your work. I didn't mean it in a business sense. After working in publishing and distribution for so long, I started to wonder how long it's been since we've witnessed a true miracle. We often say that working on advertising campaigns is a powerful profession, but a job is a job and it's never that divine. That's what I've always believed, but today you showed me that such things really do vary from person to person. Have you lost your confidence? Let's say it's renewed my fighting spirit. After 5 or 6 years in this business, I finally discovered how high I can set my goals. Good luck with that. Thank you for this interview. Say what you will about miracles, you're the ones who caused this one. Hang in there, heroes. How's Zack, by the way? How are those guys doing? Anyway, we'll be here for a few days, so try to get along. What is this? You should have told me beforehand there would be a kid. Never figured you for someone who hates kids. Stupid brute, you got something against me? Then why not say it to my face? No need to jump at my throat as long as you don't become a nuisance, we're good. You're sure? Then why don't you explain it to her, slowly? Well, hello, Mr. Dan, and I don't have a single problem with you, okay? I'm sure we'll be good friends. This is... Nobody likes you. I'm scared. How heartwarming. Hey, fix your mess, come on. Hey, guys. What's all this about? Hey, big dumb fella. What is it? Next we have to go to the auditorium to pick up Jasmine. Are you sure you're okay with that? I guess that's what you call a sensitive subject, right? Come on, don't dawdling. Simply treat her like a daughter. Your nationality doesn't matter. Don't take yourself so seriously. You don't understand, but I wouldn't expect you to. If it's so much trouble, I can come along and help you. No, it's fine, I'll go. Huh. I can't just keep making silly faces forever, can I? I still have a level of emotional intelligence, you know? And it doesn't make sense to keep running away like this. Well, that almost sounds... You didn't hear a thing, alright? Anyway, just leave it to me. Yeah, don't come running to me if you regret it later. The auditorium is this way, right? Mister, do you like my singing? It was great, you're such a good kid. I'm such a good kid. Yes, you're the best. I'm so happy. Are we going home now? We'll be home soon. Let's wait for the orders, okay? Okay. Good girl. I'll buy you some candy later. Dad says I can't eat too much sugar. Really? What should we do instead? Mr. Dan, when I grow up, can I visit Sophie? I want to play with Sophie. You mean Sophia? Okay, it's a deal. Oh, he has a daughter, doesn't he? Jasmine, what's wrong? No, thought will be over. Discovered. Who are you? Tension unnecessary. Buddy, just borrowed. She still 1 moment. We'll be back. But help needed. Here, danger, need investigation. But interference can't freedom action. I don't see any reason why I should agree to help you. You have reason. Yes, for sake of Jasmine, promise. Her safety would be danger. Okay. Let's be clear though, I don't trust you. What do you mean stay put? Explain this to me. Dan, don't do this. We have very little time and no way of knowing what the person who took the artifact wants. That's why it's even more important that he doesn't notice the change in circumstances. He's still in the dark, and the only way we'll have an opportunity to learn more about what's going on is if we make sure it stays that way. Followed by a fight to the death. Is that what you expect? To throw our lives away? There's a limit to what you can ask of us. It's the best option we have. With everything that has taken place at the school, you don't think we can just keep quiet and run away from it all, do you? But there has to be a way to get out of here without Jasmine having to suffer through all of this. I won't have her be used like this. Calm down, we'll only be truly safe once the problem has been solved. Whether it's us or Jasmine, everyone here is in the same boat, so don't get carried away. That almost sounds like something a villain would say. I can't accept it. Whatever you want me to do, don't ask me to do nothing. Doing nothing, that's an actual strategy itself in a way, isn't it? I know you're worried about Jasmine's safety, however, a little patience goes a long way. Get a good night's sleep, everyone. I'm afraid we won't get much sleep tomorrow night if things go according to plan. Mister, did you get in a fight? Oh, no, nothing like that. Oh. So, Jasmine, if anything seems strange at the rehearsal tomorrow, you have to run outside the school immediately, you hear me? I'm going to visit my friend Sophie. That might be a bit difficult right now, I'm afraid. But don't worry, we'll protect you. What have we done? Mister, I'm not feeling well. Stop talking, come on, take a deep breath. Keep up, this is because of your companion's recklessness. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do now, even if the being in contact with this child is more than capable. You, get out of here, say something snarky. Really, I do think that there are some more constructive proposals here. Your name is Dan, right? If I told you there was a way for this child to escape her fate, would you help me accomplish it? It's really quite simple. Just don't let it happen if you don't want to see the result. What do you say? I can help you survive this impending doom. However, even with my experience, there is no guarantee that you will still be yourself afterwards. The choice is yours. If you've already made up your mind, come with me. This guy's a dick. It's that simple. Just give them an answer and they won't consider any other possibilities. It's just a game? The explanation itself doesn't really matter. As long as they believe that a human was capable of doing it, the rest of the problem basically solves itself. Dan doesn't respond immediately. The giant man is just standing there, rigid as a statue. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. Zack looks at his silent opponent and lets out a sigh of relief. They all experienced a crash landing just now. While Zack and the others were closing in on Dan as a distraction, the seal promptly activated a mechanism they prepared in advance. Neko positioned a dangerous chemical on the factory beams. After being ignited by an electric spark, it can reach a detonation speed of 10 kilometers per second, and the results are predictable. The floor of the abandoned factory that once carried tons of manufacturing equipment is incredibly thick. It's absurd to think that such a layer of reinforced concrete could be held up by a single human. As it turns out, Zack is still underestimating Dan's abilities. After the floor gave way beneath him, the giant man fell into the basement below the factory. However, Zack has reason to believe that this wouldn't cause Dan much physical pain. These puncture wounds don't seem to bother him. A few meters of free fall probably wouldn't do him any harm either. Dan's behavior has become completely irrational. However, since he persisted in going after Zack, this ending was inevitable. Zack's goals remain the same. All of these weapons, traps, and setups serve only one purpose: to stand up against Dan as long as possible. Although the process wasn't quite what he expected, it yielded the required results, at least for the time being. Ugh, crap, I'm being treated like a circus monkey. Don't be like that. A monkey was once pretty much in the same positions as you're in now. That guy had a whole bunch of people fooling around. Cut the crap. Just give up. There's no point in dragging this any further. We've tampered with all the beams and columns in this factory, and if you keep struggling, you're just going to get stuck even more. At least that's what Neko said, Zack adds silently. Zack can see the windows from this angle, but the boy can't imagine the chaos and confusion all the smoke and dust will have caused outside. The whole plan worked surprisingly well. They probably brought down 2 whole floors. More importantly, Dan landed in the middle of the room, so the impact didn't cause any more chain reactions, allowing Zack to teeter on the very edge of the destruction. We've been working all month to catch you. You're not going to get out of here this time. You didn't really think you could trap me like this, did you? We almost succeeded in Tora. You haven't forgotten that, have you? The liquid nitrogen. I didn't think you had any brains. I might just be a brute fool, but I have help. I couldn't get everything in this building ready by myself. You're not going up against me, you're going up against all of us. That's the difference between us. Your memory doesn't seem very useful, and I have friends of my own. Come on, don't lie. If your friend had really done his job, I wouldn't still be here right now. That tells me he's in big trouble. You're going up against all of us, not just me. And yet your also great store manager is nowhere to be seen. You may have been with him longer than I have. You should know he's not the emotional type. Yeah, I know. Dan seems to be losing his will to fight. He's still upright, but his momentum is slowing down. The stinging sensation on Zack's skin finally subsides, and he can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, he's not sure what to do next. According to Neko, the factory beam support structure is much sturdier and heavier than it looks, but Zack can't just let Dan be found here among the rubble and wreckage. He could also continue to follow the plan and work with his companions to empty the liquid nitrogen tanks hidden in the corner of the room one by one, chipping away at Dan slowly but surely. That plan that sounds cowardly and inhumane, but it is the least risky way to go about it. If that doesn't work, nothing else would either. Looking at the motionless opponent in front of him, Zack can't reconcile it with his heart to give his companions the execution order. Suddenly, Dan calls out to Zack in a soft, almost fatherly voice. Kid, come here. What? Hey, don't make a move, I'm telling ya. Shut up and come here. What is he trying to do? Dan's expression is stern and serious, a far cry from the one he was wearing only 5 minutes ago. Crushed under so many bricks and tiles, there shouldn't be any way for him to cause as much trouble as before. This is probably as safe a time as any to approach him. After weighing his options, Zack decides to trust his arch enemy one more time. Will he fight back? Is he just going to hurl insults at him? Or does he have a backup plan and wants to stall for time? Zack repeatedly goes through all the different possibilities in his mind. He controls his breathing and moves carefully, minimizing any potential danger by paying the utmost attention. No problem. Everything should be fine. There's no problem. He's now standing dangerously close to his opponent. Just say what you want to say, I'm listening. How nice of you to consider yourself a winner so quickly. I'm serious. I remember you saying that you were willing to give yourself up for your goals. That's right. Although I didn't really give up in the end, there was something in the water you gave me back then, wasn't there? Thanks. Don't worry about it. You were never meant to be one of them. I was just saving your life out of curiosity. Do you regret it? I never regretted it. Never have and never will. Talking about curiosity, What would you do if you had to choose again? Give yourself up? Help a friend? Only do you care about yourself? I saw that long ago, there's no need to prove it again. Right now, at this point in time, are you still willing to sacrifice everything to help others? I didn't think you were the kind of guy to ask such silly questions. Zack, you're right beside him, he could put you, like, under the rubble with him, honey. You shouldn't have gotten so close. That's because it comes down to this. You choose to be with them, and I choose to be them, which is why we're not the same. I don't get it. We're not the same, but you still have a chance to switch sides. Things have a way of working out, just not the way you want them to. I don't think she wants the world to be the way you want it to be either. No one fits into that world, and no one would be happy there. Jasmine doesn't want anyone to be sad. I don't believe that. I wouldn't have believed it either. I don't know her that well, but the manager came out of this whole thing alive, and I wouldn't have believed that either. Become me. But what do you say? Join me, and you'll never have to betray anyone ever again. What, you don't have the guts to do it? So what you're after? Well, I'm not doing it. I'm trying to find a way to coexist peacefully, and you're getting in the way of that. If you want to keep lying to yourself, that's fine, but don't treat everyone else as if they're a coward like you. Coexist, huh? We sure are different. That's true. I don't need to say it another 3 or 4 times, do I? Okay, fine. Dan smiles oddly. Then prove yourself in a different way. Along with the giant man's words, something happens that Zack never expected. The world is shaken. What? An earthquake? Not the first thing that comes to mind, but it is quickly overruled by Zack's rationality. That would be pretty random, and Dan's appearance clearly had something to do with it. Boy, don't forget I'm still a human being. Even if you restrict me like this, I still have my mind. Can you pull a beam crook by mind power alone? Don't make me laugh. Who knows? Since we're human, it's normal for us to use tools, right? It just so happens that my whole body is a borrowed tool. Though it takes him a while to understand what Dan means by tool, Zack is beginning to get the full picture now. It is true that Zack's companions haven't tampered with all of the beams and supports, but that doesn't mean the factory can withstand a large hole being blown open in its center. They calculated that Zack could safely escape from all of these, but that was in regards to the building's slow planned collapse, not its random destruction. If the danger is great and more rapid than expected, who knows how long the decrepit building will last. And that is what's happening right now. Hey, don't be ridiculous, this whole place is going to collapse! And you think I care? Dan laughs mockingly, and as he moves, all the supporting columns in the factory start shaking, rocked to their very foundation. It is clear that they did the demolition job a little too well. Crap, Fatty, run! This place is collapsing! Panic, the one and only thing Zack can remember to do is to call out his friend's name. But where can they run to? The whole building is coming down, and Zack can't even find a stable spot to stand on except for where he is right now. And that spot is about to crumble away under his feet any second now. Help! Zack hears the desperate cries and pleas for help. In a situation like this, the higher you stand, the greater the danger. Unfortunately for his companions, they are high up and not with him in the hole that burst open during the collapse. Before Zack has a chance to react, a pillar crashes down in the direction of the anguished cries for help. Smoke and dust rise up, and suddenly there are no more cries from that direction. Shit. Zack is in a panic, but panic won't solve any of his problems right now. There are so many things to look out for. How about it? Who are you going to help? Shut up. Why is this happening? Why? Zack digs his nails into his palms and he clenches his fists. In the midst of the collapse, surrounded by debris and destruction, one single arrogant laugh can be heard. This is your limit, and no matter how much you want it, no matter what you tell yourself, playing the hero won't suddenly make you grow wings. You are nothing more than a sad sack of... Zack's words stop abruptly. Something is happening to Dan that he didn't see coming. To the structure collapsed, the weight of the bricks and tiles descended upon everyone, even Dan. And it gets worse. Several containers that were stored away in the corners of the room have been smashed open by falling rocks and are spitting large amounts of cold air. The beams are tilting towards the giant man, the crumbling walls weighing down on his body, one after the other. Dan looks like the mythical Hercules, holding up a huge concrete mass above his head, his feet almost sinking into the ground. The weight keeps building and Dan is struggling to hold it up, his smile growing more tense by the second. Wait, that means he can't be killed this way. Reality has come crashing down and Dan's dwindling flesh as if to prove this hypothesis. Dan's muscles are reaching their breaking point, veins throbbing under his flaming skin. The bones of the giant man are cracking as much as the building around them, playing a symphony of destruction. A human body cannot support an entire ceiling. Even so, Dan is smiling. Get used to this. There'll be a lot more of this in the future. Just wait and see what happens. His body is falling apart alongside everything else. It isn't a purely physical disintegration, but a sort of gradual necrosis from the inside out, and Zack can hear Dan's body making squelching sounds as it turns less and less human. Hey, don't just decide to die! Do you hear me? If this is how I die, then I'm fine with it. This is a human death. Without enough supporting pillars, everything comes crashing down at a rapid rate. The ceiling is like a black canopy of death, crumbling down onto the giant man beneath it. Don't play around, you haven't paid your debts yet. Come out here and settle the score with me. Zack picks up a steel rod from the ground and sticks it beneath the concrete as a makeshift support beam to text to Dan, but his efforts are as futile as his furious cursing. In response to the teenager's yells, the giant man makes a final wicked declaration. I'll be waiting for you, kid. Wait! Shit, are you kidding me? Zack, okay? You can hear the vague cries of his companions and rapid footsteps approaching him through the mounds of broken bricks and tiles. Zack breathes a sigh of relief at the news that his friends arrived, if only just. I'm not dead, I didn't get crushed. What, were you hoping I would be? I'm just kidding. Somehow the happiness Zack should be feeling right now doesn't come. Zack has always been very aware of his physical strength. His legs alone wouldn't have been enough to keep him alive just now. At the last minute, he saw dust and smoke issuing from below him. The ceiling hadn't actually crashed down on them at that point. Some sort of impact lifted him up and forcing him back. I'll be waiting for you, kid. Ugh. Zack pulls himself up with the help of his friend to inspect the huge trail of destruction behind him. Wreckage, broken walls, there's no room or crevice for a 2-meter-tall man to fit into, even though he should technically be buried somewhere under the rubble. What did his last words mean? He's probably alive. Zack has no idea. He decides to put that particular problem aside for now. We're actually still alive, all of us. Hey, could you say that a little nicer? Alright, good job. Does your phone still work? Tell Neko and the manager. Are you sure it's over? Despite all of that, he wasn't entirely human after all. Justin isn't about to let this go, and Zack considers what to say next, hesitating before he answers the detective's question. That's right, it's over. Everything's solved. It's all over. $16-2. Man, it's been a while. Am I glad that's over? Hi, bunch of achievements. Interviews are rarely pleasant, but Justin feels good about this one. These past 2 months have been the busiest for the detective in quite a while. With the Christmas chaos resolved, the city soon returned to normal. As always, people don't seem to want to raise any more questions than they have to. With the source of it all gone, any interest in what happened quickly subsided and was forgotten about. However, it's not like nobody caught wind of what happened. People have been talking, and everyone at Hermitage has been busy scouring the city for rumors about that night in an attempt to stop them from spreading. Naturally, Justin has been taking this job very seriously. Disguised as a journalist, he established contact with people who claim to have seen strange things on Christmas Eve. During these conversations, he cleverly manipulated them to the point where they were no longer sure that what they saw was ever real. It takes a lot of acting skills and talent for improvisation to deliberately sabotage an interview. After all, Justin knows best whether the rumors are true or not. Surprisingly, this job is easier than he thought it would be. The store manager's gamble paid off. Hermitage's true owner never managed to summon the greater being, and while the terrifying apparitions and images in their night raised suspicion and caused panic, that was all there was. The threat was quickly snuffed out in its infancy. Leave it to smart people to save a world of blissful ignorance. As the deliverer mentioned himself, fear and despair were the fuel he needed, and he wanted citywide unrest. Unfortunately, the detective and his friends were able to stop that fear from spreading with the help of a ridiculous albeit genius ploy. For a variety of reasons, the game called Strange Case Files was shelved shortly after its release due to its sensitive content. This naturally led to a small wave of conspiracy theories, but nothing the world couldn't handle. There is only so much work that can be done in a month, not to mention the fact that Justin and Scarlett's main focus was on making all kinds of connections. Although the store manager's good writing did appeal to some people, the game's sales were still disproportionately low compared to its fancy publicity stunt. Even though the production cost was close to zero, after several hasty last-minute changes and adjustments, it received lackluster scores from the gaming press. Fortunately, aside from a handful of frustrated collaborators, the entire production team had no complaints about it. What counts most is that the game had a Christmas chapter. Justin heard from the store manager that within seconds of the advertising campaign, the deliverer suddenly transformed into the indeterminate mass of flesh all of them had come to know all too well. No tact, no time to flee. In the end, he ended up a limp, lifeless clump of matter. Justin had imagined countless possibilities concerning their confrontation, as well as all sort of good or bad endings, but he never thought that it would all end so quietly. It exceeded his expectations, but it also made sense. Failure comes at a cost. The man simply did too many things he shouldn't have, and pushed himself and the entire city to the limit with one unimaginable event after another. There is no way to walk away from something like that. Unlike Hilde, the deliverer doesn't even have a final resting place. At the end of the day, as a final gesture of kindness to a stranger's lost soul driven to madness, they commissioned one of Scarlett's contacts to transfer a box full of gooey, dead matter to the countryside near Lucerne for hasty burial. Justin can't even really remember the man's face. He only met him once, and his words were just as strange and enigmatic as the man himself. Although the words themselves seemed genuine, they were in hindsight less sincere than even the most hypocritical of lies. However, mistakes of the past and the associated remorse are starting to lose their importance. As time goes on, it becomes obvious that seeking blame in the past amounts to nothing. When it comes down to it, Justin is satisfied with the outcome and wouldn't change it for the world. Zeal returned to Phoenix Heights to continue her studies in earnest. Her wounds were finally starting to heal, much to her relief. Isn't it strange how long a simple injury from a bike ride accident can last? With her newfound courage and open approach, interpersonal relationships heal even quicker than the wound. Though Eloise has her hands full with her final exams, there is always a place in the art club for Cecile. It came as no surprise that things didn't go quite as well for Zack. After skipping a lot of classes for no apparent reason in order to participate in investigations, the school is watching him with an eagle's eyes and has arranged for a teacher to accompany him at all times to prevent him from slacking off. He still has no plans to ever be a regular student. Zack is using his connection to help investigate any lilac grass that may have been left behind at local schools, and is also looking for a place where some companions of his who don't exactly have it easy can peacefully settle down. So far, no one has found a way to restore the body of someone who has fully transformed. Justin and Scarlett managed to intercept a transformation device that got back as evidence from the police station, but the maker of the device never decided to operate in reverse. Offering these poor people good lives is a daunting task. Although the shacks on the city outskirts are a good temporary solution, it will take a lot of effort for them to live a life free of social contempt. Neko is still staying at Hermitage, but the store manager can't seem to stand the thought of someone living in an even sloppier lifestyle than he does. He has only recently managed to clear out a little space on the second floor so that Neko can have a relatively normal living environment at the very least. Taking care of the little girl isn't all too hard for the store manager, especially now that there's no longer bound to the store. In fact, Neko is the most active of the group. She has also managed to completely break off her relationship with her former guardian and is now focusing on the aftermath of Christmas Eve. Justin has had a few serious conversations with her about the future, but it's clear that the little devil has been a nomad for too long. She will never be satisfied with sticking to a regular routine. The best the detective has managed to do is to get her to have a look around and Google some stuff. There's still a long way to go before she will ever attend school. Scarlett and the store manager, on the other hand, have been busy interfering with the disposal of the abandoned factory's ruins. Naturally, the Housing and Development Department isn't happy to have people come in and tell them what to do for no valid reason, but with their connections and their ability to talk circles around people, they have been successful with their plan so far. Simply put, too many secrets are hidden behind those walls that must never be allowed to leak out. The most troublesome thing is that even though there is a mountain of confidential document about it, no agency official has stepped forward yet, which frustrates them to no end. Justin knows there are some things buried there that the two definitely won't miss, such as Dan's body beneath the rubble or the spirit transfer device. Letting go of those is the easiest thing in the world. So naturally, the workload of the Golden Maxine law firm has been dumped on Justin. He doesn't know how to feel about that yet, but his first impression is not good. Now that I think about it, it's been quite a while since we last saw each other. Cecile and Zach are still students after all, and can bend their schedule to their liking like Justin can at his job. Because of that, when the winter holidays came, they hung around the store as often as they possibly could, spending time with the store manager and helping with the aftermath of it all. Because of everything that happened, both Neko and Justin are flooded with more side jobs than ever before. They also help Starter keep the office clean, a task that by itself is enough to make Justin feel as if he's rapidly balding from the stress. However, even when you are busy at work, you should always find time to do something meaningful for yourself every day. He returns to the place that has become somewhat of a second home to him by now. Hermitage doesn't have a business sign today, but is busy with even more noise than usual inside. What? How could you forget that? I put it on the shopping list in big neon letters. Well... It's a New Year's Eve dinner, and you're missing vital ingredients. You are so... Oh, shouldn't you know better than that? Neko, I think there's a strange smell coming from upstairs. Oh, Cecile, don't worry, that's the soup I'm making. Holy crap, is that normal? Can soup really smell like that? I'm starting to have my doubts about whether I'll survive this night. Meow. No matter what the world out there is like, peace and happiness shall prevail today. A celebration of friendship, a warm reunion of inseparable companions bonded by fate. Justin, however, would smile as he opens the door. Ah, the CG for the game on Steam, like for the banner. What's going on in here? You guys starting without me? No matter what the future holds, the present is something to cherish. Through trials and tribulations, the story of the past year has at last come to an end. And that's the end. Ah, God. Oh, God, I took an extra hour for that just because we were right at the end. I don't know if that... Why is the image not showing? Why is the image not showing? No, literally, why is the image not showing? Why is the game wait, why is the game capture? Why are you not working? Why? No, it's not working. What the fuck? Okay, wait, I'm gonna change. This is terrible because it's showing all of the good cutscenes. Game capture, change it to Windows capture. Hermitage, please. Yeah, can you show it? Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's so fucking weird that you're doing that. There you go. Okay, that was weird. The first was the cutscene for like the CG for Cecile's chapter. That's super weird. Okay, thanks, game. Super weird of you to just stop working when you were working in game capture before. I wonder if it's the kind of video that is playing for the credits. I wonder if it's that. It might be that actually. Taking my chance to finish my coffee. Okay, I guess it was fine. I have a lot of issues with, well, a lot. I have a couple of issues with it. Relatively minor in general. I feel like it would need like a check-in in the translation, which is mostly just editing. It's not even that the translation is bad, it's just bad in, like, it's improperly formatted in a couple places. Like, it needs some work. And I don't know how I feel about like going full Lovecraft. Like, I guess I like my Lovecraft stuff when it's more inspired and less literally we're summoning a Lovecraftian monster. Which is why I like things like Darkest Dungeon. Oh, and we're just, that's it? Just return to menu? Yeah, that's it. So yeah. Oh wait, what's that? This is the 216. Oh, it's showing me the complete bookshelf. Destruction and origin of time, a tattered pile of paper. Hastily stapled together, the whole thing looks very inconsistent and the cover is simply a sheet of checker paper. Despite its very humble appearance, the content of this book is simply astonishing. The author conducts a serious analysis of how to create a whole that connects different points in time, and the attached data is extremely detailed. The theory mentioned in this book is obscure, and the result is not that difficult to describe. A large amount of electrical energy is thrust into a structure made of superconductive devices, allowing the space near the structure to enter the contemporary phenomenon, as the author calls it. But follow the externally would remain present. Currently, okay. In short, as long as the device is I think that this was we read this before when we first found it. Yeah. According to this text, it's even possible to synchronize different points in time and have them overlap. The author discusses in detail the possible configuration of the aforementioned superconducting devices. However, he also points out that the power required... Yeah, no, this is the same that at the end of the 4th chapter. And this is Cthulhu Hermitage volume 3, which is the last publishing. There's a yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the last new book. And yeah, nothing suspicious at the moment. Yeah, no, that's clean. That's game. I can't even go upstairs. Yeah, I have some issues with it, but that was a good experience. A lot of reading though. My throat is killing me. And maybe I shouldn't have gone that extra hour, but at least I finished it, even if the internet cut off at that point, and that kinda sucked. And then the credits were weird. But you know what? It was okay. It was pretty okay. The art was good. The music was pretty good. I'm still salty that I don't know the store's manager's name, but he is a rat and I respect him for that. There was an entire chapter where everyone was a cat, so I spent the entire time just making cat noises. So, by all means, 8 out of 10. Maybe 7 out of 10. 7.5 out of 10. You know, it's a visual novel. It had some good use of gameplay the couple of times where they mixed it up. Yeah, no, 7.5. It really does need some editing here and there. Like there's some need for edits in the text, some cleaning, some formatting issues. But in general, it's fine. I've seen games with way worse translations. This is actually pretty good. Just, again, needs some cleaning, needs some work. But not a work that is so bad that you can't play it. Like, it's good. It's good. It's okay. But anyway, that's everything for today. Oh boy, I went an hour extra. I am going to die. I'm so hungry. Tomorrow we're doing Sicilian because there was a patch and they fixed a bunch of things that broke and also made it so progression is a little easier by giving you more XP. So I want to level up some shit. So we're doing Sicilians. And then on Monday we're starting something new. I don't know what. I haven't thought about it. I thought that I still have an extra stream of that. Considering how long it took to finish, I think that is better than I finished today. But yeah, next Monday there's something else, and tomorrow Sicilians. But for now, I'm just going to get myself some lunch because I am so fucking hungry. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good, weekend. It's a weekend. It is a weekend. Well, have a good weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for some Sicilians. I hope that we find egg. In Sicilians, I mean. I want to find the egg. I like the egg. The egg is my friend. It's my child, even. Bye, everyone.